All right. A little bit of a last-minute start, but here we are. The beginning of a monthly classical arena. Hello to Pahovic in the chat. Let's start off maybe with the Sicilian. Why not? C5 and D6. Okay. Open Sicilian? Okay. Let's go with the Najdorf. Quasvin17, thank you for the sub with Twitch Prime. Appreciate the support. So, when I see bishop to g5, it makes my decision a lot easier as to what to do with my e-pawn. I certainly would not want to commit to e5, because that would weaken d5, and they're just a moment away from taking out a key defender of d5. So, I'm debating here whether to play bishop e7 or queen to b6. I'm going to go with queen b6. I've played these structures before where they saddle me with the double F pawns. It's interesting. It's an imbalanced position for sure. And I'll even swing the back completely around and immediately key in on the d4 square. I want to make this knight budge. Maybe he captures, maybe he goes back to b3, f3. Let's see what White's decision is. DBZ, thank you for the 10 months in a row. Toxic Piggy as well for the 3 months. If they keep coming in at that rate, I will have to get to all of them at the very end. Otherwise, it will just be a complimenting stream. Okay. Knight to b3 it is. Well, probably just bishop to e7. Yeah, let's get a developing move in there. I may want to challenge this bishop soon with h6, g5, and on it takes, I have knight d7. Although, if I go here, g5 takes, knight d7, trying to take advantage of the pin, there is bishop f2 on my queen. I think my queen has done her job by forcing the white knight to decentralize. So I'm doing this to avoid not only this line with bishop f2, but I also want to free up my b-pawn. Munchy Ham, thank you for the sub. Okay. So an interesting moment. I could take with the bishop and give up this pawn and look to give it back by taking here now. I'm going to take with the pawn, so yeah, pretty imbalanced position now. A wall of pawns. Don't know if I want to commit my pawn to b5 now. I might want to have this structure here as my home for my king. So I'm going to play a bit of a conservative move. Just get another piece off the back rank, and maybe I go queenside and put the king on b8. On this move, I believe it's very important that I play this. Let's get it in. Otherwise, bishop h5 can really lock down the whole kingside position and exert pressure on f7, which is difficult to defend because my king doesn't want to be here anymore. I think I'm definitely going to castle queenside. Hello, Proxima, in the chat, and others. This is the first time I am playing against this opponent in any time control. Couple of goose eggs. Or is it goose eggs? Pahovic thinks that I'm the king of conservative moves. I'm fine with that. So, what's white going to do to improve? This is always to strike at the center of these three pawns, trying to make this guy flinch. This is sometimes a plan, and trying to maneuver a knight here to add some additional pressure on this point is a plan, but the drawback, of course, is that I could play knight e5, and I don't necessarily have to budge with him. I pretty much don't want to move this pawn. He needs to stay put. He has an extremely important job. Defend against knight d5 is it. So let's go. I wonder if white can maybe go up with some plan of this and then just try to hunt down a pawn. Would I be okay with that? Well, I guess so. I have to get on with getting my most important piece secure. Pretty even on the clock. I've said this before, it is such a big adjustment going from playing bullet or blitz to these time controls. Not that I was just playing bullet or blitz, but still. So are they really going for this? H4, and then they're going to try and hunt down that pawn. Okay, well, what could I do in the meantime? Well, I was going to do this, but I think I want to maybe make them struggle a little bit more to try and get this guy. This might not be a bad move. There is no in-between shot uncovering this because I can always take him beyond the queen ready to capture with check. I don't think I would necessarily need that point about it being check, but yeah, it's that much faster is my point. And now my queen at least can help out defend h5 now that I got that trade in. And now I'm just losing. Okay, maybe not, but it definitely wasn't calculated. I have to get this knight back. So that was silly. That was only... Why didn't I see that? Okay, so I'm down a piece. I have to get this knight. So I guess we're going to go with this one. Yeah. I'm going to be down a pawn soon. Do I even get the knight back? I hope so. Seems to be surrounded. Okay, so they're giving it back in this way, which is probably good. Gotta take. And probably just hope for a draw here. And it's complete blind spot to that tactic. I didn't see them first capturing and then playing knight to d5. Alrighty. So if I go here, then there's this, and they have an outside passed pawn. I may need to pitch another pawn. Let's go with here. And, yeah. I may end up trying to triple white's pawns on the king side. Takes this. That's interesting. If there's some kind of compensation, it's that my king is just a hair more active than theirs, but definitely not full compensation or anything like that. So here, bishop to d3. I could capture on rook takes. At least I have some rook activity. We'll see. They will still have to invest some tempo as well to get a flight square for their king. They could probably play king to c1, get the king towards the center, and resolve any issues there may be with back rank mates. Alrighty. I have a a hair of a lead on the clock. I'm lucky to even be in this game still. I'm lucky to even be able to get that knight back. It was calculated, yeah. You heard it in my voice. It was clearly calculated. So as it stands right now, I'm down a pawn. I have to go for this. I have to make sure that this bishop is no longer here, putting pressure on my pawn. Okay. So do I take? Probably. Yeah, I have to do this because I need my rook to play. I need no more pressure on this point. A pawn takes would be pretty funny. Okay, so rook here. I guess we're just going to double up. Yeah, let's go here and force this, and then just double. Have to get this guy playing. Oh. Well, that's definitely different. He feels like he's a pretty awkward piece now. If I get rid of this pawn, these guys become incredibly weak. I'm thinking about residing over here on f6 because I'm anticipating this kind of move. My first thought was this, but let's try this. My rook will protect my king for a moment when he's on e7. Yeah, it's a pretty awkward placement for the rook. Maybe, okay, that seems also, it seems equally awkward. I guess the plan is this. Okay, well this rook, this rook. Let's start with this move. Interesting endgame, huh? With the rooks. Down a pawn, king activity. I'm on this guy. He's got to go here. It's the only legal move, actually. He exerts pressure on this pawn. Of course, my rook is tied down as well. But I can always maybe poke around a little bit here and abandon this pawn. You take this one, I take that one. Yeah. Let's go. Gotta make a move. We're pretty much blitz mode area. This or that? This is an important decision. Very important decision. None of the above. What? They're giving me this pawn. I guess the idea is to defend like that. Does that work? Pigs on the second. Rook takes pawn, king here, rook there, and I don't have back rank mate for the moment. That was calculated very fast. I could play here first, but no, I really want to take here. Maybe I take with this rook. Rook takes pawn, king here, then there isn't this because I'm threatening mate. The rook has to go back to defend. And then I come over here, keep pressure there, and I'm preparing to double next. I think that that's the way forward. I'm going to take with this rook. Maybe they assumed I would take like this. I think they would have been able to defend just in time with rook b6 and a3. Okay. Oh, it's a pretty wise move. Okay. So could I just defend this pawn? I have to come over here. Maybe I do this. No, then they get this pawn, and then they have a wall of pawns. Decisions, decisions, decisions. What about b5? If I go here, there's still rook takes pawn. Under 2 minutes. Well, I'm not sure what's best. Minute 30. I guess I'll try to keep pressure here. Rook takes pawn. I have only one legal move. Makes my decision very easy. Rook on b6 is holding everything. I can't drop that pawn. This is such a fantastic piece on b6. Yepper. Gotta go here. It's not fun, but I believe it's necessary. Now I'm just gonna get mated. Yeah, let's throw in the towel. I'm gonna get mated there. I was lucky to even find a way to get that knight back. That was a silly mistake. So, a quick improvement that I'm seeing right away is that it is important to have the king on b8 before I go in with that knight a5 move, because at least knight takes bishop, well, at least that knight d5 move isn't working, because knight takes bishop isn't hitting with check. Hello, Milad Ibrahim 8 in the chat. Baz. There are players with already 3 games in. Hello, J-Bads in the chat. So not a good first start. Hello, Hallelujah Cat. You are also there. Am I going to get a move from my opponent? Oh. All right, not bad. It's almost like that first loss didn't really hurt me so much tournament-wise. Getting in a quick win like that. All right. Let's see what we get next. Three games with black so far. What? Can I really count that last game? All right, so Smith Mora, Gambit. Not exactly. Let's develop with tempo. With an attack in this case. Let's get the knight out. Alrighty. And what do I want to do next? Let's try to open up this position. White has lost some time with that recapture. And could I immediately go in for this? I'm going to try it. Just go for some direct play. Alrighty. One of these two, a computer would look more at this forward move to attack the pawn, but if it isn't working out, my knight ends up just getting misplaced on h6. Let's go d7. And they're just giving me this pawn. They need to play bishop f4. So up a pawn, how to convert. We'll see. It's a minor detail, but of the two knights, I wanted to take with the one that was furthest back. He was my knight on c6 was much better placed than the one on d7. I could just take the bishop out, but I like my knight. If the bishop wants to go here, I'm fine with that. They waste a little bit of time. I would much rather be provoked. Okay, yeah, there is that move as well, but I'm fine with this because my light square bishop is the less active bishop in this position, wasting a lot of time. This is not an inconvenience for my bishop. He'll find some path out in this direction at some stage. If I go here, there's rook, bishop takes pawn. So let's just go here. Hang on for a moment. I'm missing tactics. My opponent, after I castled, instead of castling, they have this and then queen here. Better put my, yeah, I better be more tactically aware here. So far, not too good. Let's get rid of them. They had a shot instead of castles with this and then here. Taking advantage of my unprotected knight. Okay. Let's start with a6, not only to prevent bishop takes pawn. I do want my rook on c8, but also it supports bishop here one day. Let's put the rook here. Do I have any unprotected pieces? We'll see. Oh, we'll see. Well, last time I came out here, there was some issue. Alright, let's put the bishop on a much more secure square. Out of the line of fire, he's on the main diagonal. How bad can this be? I'm converging on the knight. They just made a flight square. I don't want to damage their structure and enter an opposite color bishop ending. Looking at queen a5. Rook c4. I think I like rook c4, queen c7. There's no sacrifices working here. Let's get that in there. Be a little bit delicate. I'm putting one of my pieces in a spot where it can be captured, and maybe in some cases, but not quite here. Could look to triple up and then eventually make this knight move and crash through on white's second rank. So this is no sophisticated plan that I'm going for right now. It's one that is, I'm finding a way to activate all my pieces. My rook on f8 is not playing. So I want to play within the structure. I don't, I mean, I can be looking for this at some point, but I don't think I need to move any of my center pawns. I could keep them just how they are. I want to get all my pieces playing. At some point, I'll look into a flight square, and I'm leaning more towards h6 right now as a flight square, even though the queen is observing that. If I go with here as a flight square, the bishop can make use of h6 and say, you don't have g7 as your flight square anymore. Queen h2 is not mate, but she feels like she can be a pretty disruptive piece. Also, my bishop's eyes are lighting up a bit more. Playing bishop to b5. In fact, now that I pointed this out, I have a tactic. Rook takes knight, pawn takes, bishop here, wins the queen. See what happens when you talk to yourself? You just fall into these tactics sometimes. Queen is gone. So I'm not sure what the point of this was. What was white maybe fearing? Were they thinking it was endgame time and the king should move towards the center? I don't know. But yeah, the queen is cooked. So queen for rook position, and I have a pawn. All right. I'm going to play this one out. Let's not overthink it. Let's crash through. Grab a pawn. And go hunting. Flight square now. And secure the bishop post. Okay. They really just want to attack my bishop. That is certainly not the end of the world. I'll find a different spot for him. I could also, I mean, there's a million different things I could do here. That's how it works when you're up this kind of material. Alrighty. So let's just start to push them around. I don't care so much about the queenside pawns. Get this guy, and then this one with check. I want to put my queen somewhere around the king. Also, my rook could look to play next. And we could take. And probably even ignore the threat against the bishop. Let's go straight in for the kill. And this is a mate too, actually. Take here. Caught in a crossfire. Rook has to block. And that's going to do it. Okay, so that was the third, no, call it just the second game, but really, tournament-wise, it's the third game. Maybe I'll get white for this round. We'll see. I do have some fire. There are, well, it's still pretty early. There are 431 people entered. All right. Corruption Kills is the next opponent. All right, so the white end of a Sicilian. Let's try bishop b5. Why not? Okay. And my plan here will be to do what? Restrict this guy. That's the plan. I don't want to see this move ever. And I also do not want to see... Maybe I give this square up, but I don't want to allow e5. Yeah. If this pawn is traded for this one, these guys become really weak. Don't want to do this because it helps black to undouble. I'm going to go here instead of castles. If I castle, I think black could try to get this and then the bishop outside the pawn chain. What I have planned for that is knight h4. And my pawn would stop, let's say, knight h4. Whoops, knight h4, bishop here. Though I guess in that position I could then play d3. Let's castle. Queen e2, c4. I want to plant a pawn on c4 and a knight even on a4. I could look long term to target the c5 point. This is it's not only a case of doubled pawns here, but also what? Well, just the c5 square alone is a hole. So, do I start with queen to e2? Let's start with queen to e2. I want to see what this knight is up to. Where is he going to go? If he goes here, maybe I'm not such a fan of playing c4, although I'll probably go c4 anyhow. But the other thing with queen e2 is, I'm avoiding any possibility for a queen exchange, although if that happens, it should be a pretty good ending for me. So this is a serious case of a tall pawn right now. If he can't move, he can't move. And if he can't move, he's not doing anything on this diagonal. So right now I have a pretty strategic threat. I think if I get my knight here, it's an absolute lockdown on the position. That's an interesting move. So can I actually just work around a knight on d4, knight c3, knight d4, I just come home? I think that's fine, actually. Let's go with that. I can't really do anything about the knight jumping in here. If I played this, there's always this move that I have to worry about. So on this, it's pretty important, I would say, to not take the knight. Just gonna have to work around him. He's certainly invasive, but if I take him, I free up not only this bishop, but also this pawn and this bishop. So I either live with a knight on d4, or help improve my opponent's two bishops. Alrighty. So from here, I think I want to go straight in for this plan here of b3, knight a4, bishop a3, some order. Yeah, I don't see where to go over here with my bishop, so let's put this guy here. This double attack is nothing because I play knight a4, shield my bishop, and defend my knight at the same time. So if they're not careful, this pawn can drop soon, and that'll be it. So this was my plan, to actually just drop back home. Yep. Maybe at some point I could consider capturing and then taking here if he's unprotected. Of course, my knight would be under fire. Okay, they're ready to win this pawn. Takes, queen takes here. Let's get another piece playing. And this is really the only way forward for black. f6. But maybe then I do a timely capture, go for a dark square bishop exchange, and then what? And then try still to play against this light square bishop in some way. Good knight versus bad bishop stuff. So I already have to be on the Alright, yeah, I already have to be a bit careful here, because takes, there's knight here to attack my bishop. So if I do something this, which is what I was considering, takes, knight here, rook is hitting my queen, knight is hitting my bishop. I don't have a queen c1 move because my rook's on c1. On this capture, I don't want to do this. Maybe I could do that and it would be alright. What about knight a4? Let's go with knight a4. It's always a little bit scary for sure. Trying to work out the details of one of these discovered attack moves. Hello, Indicator 1 in the chat. Glad you could make time for the stream. Queen a5, huh? If I go here, I lose my queen. Oh, remember that tactic about taking here and then here? It's available now. I'm winning a bishop. Alright, so now this is completely winning. Let's just find a cozy square for my bishop. Right there seems beautiful. Is there something better? No. Let's go here. And they just dropped a piece there. Yep. I've played this position on the white end quite a bit. Playing against this structure, doubled c-pawns, and could really end up without a clear plan as black. One wrong step and it could be a strategically busted position. I may want to just play this move first. Yeah, I think I like doing that. Yeah. I'm inserting this move prior to recapturing because I don't even want this bishop to see any daylight. On this move it doesn't work because I could take here first There's no, getting two minor pieces for the rook. I don't want to allow that. I'm on the rook right now. So, yeah, they resigned. Just kind of how I messed up in the first game, dropping a piece. They forgot I could actually just take. Alrighty. Thank you to Twiho for the donation. Appreciate your support, man. I'll try to get to any of that stuff at the very end, subscribers, donators, and such. But I really want to try to focus on these games and can't really pay too much attention to the chat because I know a lot of people like to discuss the game and that, and I really don't want any influence. And so let's try King's Gambit. Why not? Get some variety in there. This is a rare case. Yeah. When was the last time I played a King's Gambit on stream? I don't know. Alright, I guess they don't want to accept. If they don't want to accept, then this is, my rooks are really happy. My king rook is really happy right now. He's smiling if you look close at him. He's happy about that. Let's get my knight out. Because one day, once castled, he'll already be playing. At any point I could capture, and I'll have a half-open file. Alright, on bishop g4, I don't want to see any quick knight move here. So if you take me, I'll take you. Maybe voluntarily, even though he's in a pin, just to damage the structure. Okay, so they're really asking to get hurt with that move. Yeah. Well, I could by force win the bishop pair. h3 would force bishop takes knight. Otherwise, he gets hunted down in some way. I control all these light squares. There would be no escape. Is there something better? Let's just pick up the bishop now. I'll be taking with a piece. There's no fancy knight d4 because I could always take the queen with check. They may slip up here if they haven't figured out yet that they have to take my knight. Going elsewhere, he gets trapped. I will launch my g-pawn. It is pretty committal, but I will get something for it. And now that move. Well, how about I just take? And now I'm debating on whether or not I castle or play here first, because maybe I want to just prevent the knight from, well, he'll probably be challenged like knight d7. Let's get on with castles. Hang on. Maybe d3. So if ever this I can recapture and develop. Maybe I could go queenside even. Let's start with d3. Yeah, let's leave open the option to go on the other side of the board with my king. How long can I do without castling is a question I have. I'm looking at kingside castle right now. A capture, not so much, because I helped the bishop open up some new squares for him. g4 castles, bishop e3. I think I like keeping the tension. Let's get a developing move in, bishop here. If I do this, I'll almost certainly be going queenside. Let's see where black goes. If black castles queenside, this is a pretty soft point. The king, once castled kingside, will act as a good defender of f7. Okay, so this is a decision point for sure. I could take it into opposite sides castling territory and try to claim that I'll be a little bit faster with creating some open files towards the king. Or just go queenside myself and, look forward to some pressure against f7. Hmm. I have to be on the lookout for this advance. I think I'm leaning towards going queenside here. Yeah, let's not get into any race position. I'll go queenside as well. And I'll try to show that this f7 pawn is a liability. Looking at targets within each side structure, I think this is something I can look forward to targeting. f7. How to recapture, or do I recapture at all? I maybe don't need to recapture at all. Bishop d4 is interesting. I don't want to see this move. Maybe if I could stop this move, I stop this bishop from playing here, bishop here, and then I take like this. And my bishop is a pretty strong piece here. On the main diagonal, if ever this move, I could take the knight first and then take here. I think I like bishop to d4, and there's no saving the pawn with these two moves. I think I like bishop to d4. Yeah, and another thing here I could take, and on pawn captures pawn, I have first queen g4. Then I save my bishop. I'm going to go with bishop d4 here. I think this is maybe best, because it combats black's follow-up plan of d5. I'm also controlling a lot of squares from the black queen. She only has 2 legal moves. Not that I'll ever be able to control these two. My king and queen would be on the same diagonal after this capture, but I don't think that black can take advantage of this. So now let's get the pawn back. I also have a check. That's always a nice thing. If ever my queen is in danger, she could scoot out of the way and throw a punch back. There's added value in that, to have some checking move available, some square available for your queen. She can duck and also throw a punch. Alrighty, so what's the plan here? King b1 or rook to f1? Is there something more direct? No. Let's get some pieces involved first. Here. This will be my flight square. Maybe I keep my king here for a little bit. The queens are off. I wouldn't want my king on b1. I'd much rather him on c1, so let's see how play develops a little bit more. Can't really do without this move, so let's get that in first. Queen's off. My king wants to be on c1. Queen's still on, probably b1. So he can always have this as a shelter. Now this move I thought you couldn't play. So I should be winning a pawn now. Maybe more. I think I'm winning now. After this move, if the knight goes here, I have a check, I win him. After this move, the knight has to go here, but then I go here. And I'm hitting the rook and the bishop. And how do you defend both? Well, there is a bishop move with check, but I am winning a pawn. I think I just push here. My first thought was to take and then take here. I think I like being able to just crash through now. On the 7th rank. So on this, there's takes, there's a bishop check, king here. I'm still on the rook. And the knight, when he's on e8, he really hates my e5 pawn. He's completely dead knight because of just one pawn. My bishop, maybe at some point, can be challenged, but these are two strong minor pieces right now. There's no fear of a damaged structure. He's supported. He's within these key 16 areas. Key 16 squares. So let's see if black is going to blunder a knight here. They are. One of these two, I don't think it matters. Let's just go with this one. Move forward. I pick up the knight now. Under 6. I have 4 minutes. That should do it for this one. I'm always, I mean, it's pretty rare that I play the King's Gambit, but I definitely do not mind seeing d6. King's Gambit declined, I guess. Because of just this free play, in a way, for the rook. Having a flank pawn challenge a center pawn. Alright, so I guess we're going to play this one out. I could just take another pawn. I don't believe my queen would be getting trapped. But honestly, I don't care about a pawn. I'm just going to stay somewhere central. I could have done that. Could have maybe thought for a little bit more, but I'm fine with being up a piece. And let's just duck. Thought about this for a second. That would be an issue. Opponent would get the piece back with d4. He's not playing. I'm controlling this flight square, so I should be on the lookout for back rank mate ideas against black. I have pressure here. Alrighty. If I go here, maybe that. Let's ask that bishop a question. He's not in my house, but he's close to it. So there's nothing here. But that next rank, maybe I do something about that. If he goes here, he gives up this square. I could have also considered this move first, and only then this. Yeah, that was probably more precise. Okay, so I could offer a queen exchange now. Oh, also, here was another reason to have played this move. Well, now it's definitely good. Because I'm hitting the rook, and I'm ready to crash through on f7 to win a pawn. Do I care really about dropping e5? Rook here, I take f7, they take e5. Yeah, I think at this point I just want to crash through now. Oh, why not? Evening out on the clock. Maybe I do care about the e5 pawn. Yeah, let's hang on to everything. Bishop will be challenged. I'm okay with a3. Why not? Just again, a quick thank you for those that are subscribing. I'll get to you at the very end. They're going all in. Their king is now without a shelter. Let's open it up. Gonna try to push me around here. And I get to do this. My knight and bishop will find something annoying to do. Here, here, here. There's this. Let's see. Queen takes pawn straight away. Alright. Let's just take here first. I could have done this, but I don't even want to deal with rook f8. Alrighty. Let's just move my knight. I have a piece, and how many pawns extra? 6 versus 5. And I have the safer king. Lining this mate up which isn't there. I have a mate. A couple mating ideas. Here, knight takes pawn, and then queen here. Under 2. Let's take with check. Take the rook. Could play queen a8 on the next move. There's actually a cool mate in 2. Queen c6 is check. And no matter how black blocks, this move here next is mate. That'll do it. I mean, they dropped a piece by playing knight h5, but it was gone, really. I think even without being down the knight, because the other option to go knight e8 was, in a way, equally resignable. Just positionally gone. My queen would have crashed through on f7, and opponent would have been on their heels. Alright, clash of king. Getting berserked, so 10 minutes versus 5. I'll try my best to enjoy the extra time. We've only played, what, probably bullet? No, not even. Hyperbolic games in a blitz game. Okay. Let's go with this. C6 looks for some quick d5 stuff, so I could maybe even still shoot for f4 here. Yeah, let's try for it. That seemed to be an instant move. Let's get my knight out. Okay. So let's pin the knight. I'm doing this because I want to be able to secure my queen here without this move. This kind of stuff could be annoying. Queen on e2, knight d4 stuff. Let's ask, I mean, we're in a similar situation here as the last game. But unlike the last game, the queen, she was on d7. Maybe I'd take here right now, damage the structure, and only then take on f3. Let's shoot for that. Usually not a fan of voluntarily capturing a pinned piece, but I get something. If I delayed that, maybe they could connect knights and I wouldn't have this option to damage the queenside structure. Queen h4 isn't any bother. I have g3. I'll once again have a decision as to what direction to castle. Unlike the last game, well, what's the difference here? The bishop. It's one of the key differences. Not only the structure, but the bishop is outside of the pawn chain, so this may take a little bit more work. If I do want to castle kingside, d3, bishop e3 would have to fall first. taking with the pawn. Could take with the queen. Simple enough. Can I get away with d3? This would be the more convenient way to scoop up that pawn. But on this g5, but maybe I'm open to h4. There would be no support with that, because there'd be a pin. So if I go d3, g5, h4, f6 would allow queen here. Let's go with d3. If they want to, I also have a slight lead in development. There is no guarantee that that f4 pawn will even live if they do this super committal move, and it's just such a weakening move. Four holes are created with g5. And of course, there's something that I overlooked. The queen check is it. And I'm regretting my decision. I should have just captured the pawn. Now on g5, there is no h4. You know why? It's illegal. Okay. Alrighty. So I have to fish for some positional compensation. Is that where we're at? Positional compensation, where are you at? Okay. Maybe I could take advantage of this diagonal. Maybe I can't. If I go here, bishop d4. Okay. Let's still do it. Maybe I could somehow use the clock against my opponent. I may have to resort to that. May. I may still be welcome to a queen exchange, believe it or not. Doubled g-pawns might be strong. So I get an open h-file. I have some light square control. This is one of the things that tips in my favor. I have some nice harmony between my structure and my remaining bishop. They're in the think tank here. Decision time, back up, b4, d4, d4 it is. Let's give him a boot. My knight's a bit stranded over here. What about this? Let's try it. Now that there isn't queen f2 in reply. So I'm prepared to play king f3. And I may need to play g3 soon to undermine this structure. h5, is that in right now? We'll see. 2 minutes for my opponent. My knight has no legal moves. No good moves, let's say. I have to challenge this. I think this was the more critical move. May still hit. Let's see. 2 minutes to work it out. h5 on board. Here, push, takes, check, king f5. Fearless. Let's try it. Here, connected pass pawn. I may be okay with that, because my pawn could live. I'll have a choice. I'll react to it when it comes. These are at least a couple of the interesting decisions that I see for Team Black, who is now at about a minute and a half. Bullet time for my opponent. They are going in for g4. Is that really good, though? Well, if I do this, there's knight takes pawn, and then king takes pawn, there's knight f6, and there goes my rook. I could also do what? King takes pawn, knight takes pawn. Yeah. I don't like king takes pawn here, so... What do I want to allow? I don't want to allow this connected pass pawn with check, so I think that narrows my decision to king f2, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, knight takes pawn, check, king g2. I guess we're going to have to run it like that. Oh, my knight. What? So this pawn gets to live a little bit. Let's just get that move in. My knight on a4 needs some help. I'm not threatening to capture that bishop. I think that was a better move. All right. So what do we do here? Let's develop my bishop. I might go for this stuff. If the knight ever moves, I take here. Or I could just prepare to double up. My knight stopping a check, if this ever happens. Okay, they're going hunting. Is now my time to scoop up this pawn? Maybe. Let's try it. Knight takes, I take the knight first, and then take here. If I take this guy falls. And I think that that's going to happen. Bishop takes, maybe I put my opponent in a pin. Actually, yeah, there's that. So suppose I just double up here. Or just challenge the knight, take the pawn. I don't want to give this pawn up so easily. Let's double up. He is only 2 steps away, right? Okay. Well, what about now? I'm prepared to give up my bishop for the knight because my king doesn't want to have this responsibility. This is a really strong pawn. You get rid of this guy before I can get rid of this guy. Let's do it. May want to hold off on taking this pawn just yet. Let's do this. Why? Why that? No, let's take the pawn. We're going to take the rook and then stop the rook from getting active. All right. So how's my knight feeling? Terrible still. Let's get my rook here. Put pressure on something. Where's my knight's way out? They're under 30 seconds. Is it time for my knight to finally play? I have to get in c4, knight c3. Take my knight or not? I could defend here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 5. And they have 21 seconds. Okay. Yep. Let's get my king towards the center. Keep going. Here. I may just have to be okay with giving that pawn up. Let's go here. And my king will be responsible for defending these guys. Let's give a check, see where the king goes first. Oh. Well, I can't, I'm not going to go for that. First of all, it'd be terrible in the time-wise to allow a king and pawn endgame, and I think it's also just losing. So, we're not going to allow my opponent to pre-move this game out. Let's throw my a-pawn. Actually, now that the king is a little further away, let's put pressure on their pawn. Let's give one of their pieces a responsibility. Mission accomplished. Let's push in the center. Okay, let's put pressure on this pawn. C5 now. They've straightened out my pawns, and now my rook can do what? Go over here. Yeah, they're going to check me around for a little bit. And he'll find safe ground here. Let's not be too quick to give this pawn back. This is probably a draw, but the clock is a much different story. Alrighty. Well, quick points here, or points. Just take the F pawn. I missed queen H4 check. Oh, well. So I struggled from that point on, but somehow fought my way back. Okay, something other than a Sicilian. How about a French defense? D5. Let's go with A6. I want to see this move before I commit my knight. Okay. Otherwise, if I go in for knight F6 first, there's this, and then F4, then I'll have a difficult time undermining this point. So they're playing without the F pawn. Let's get C5 in, standard. And knight C6. And what about queen B6 here? Is this move going to bother me? Maybe. I'm playing this one like it splits. Let's slow down. How they defend this point? Because on this move, now that I've retained this tension, I would have C4. Knight B3, there's C4. That's a very awkward move. At some point, I'm anticipating, let's say, a queen move, and then B5, I'm able to expand on the side of the board. Well, the queen side is where I would like to play, so this is nice to maybe get in at some point. Also, if there's ever a capture, my knight C5 move would be that much more effective. I'm leaning after saying all this, I am really just leaning towards a developing move. I don't see any way to take advantage of my opponent's position just yet tactically. Alright. Really gunning for B4. I could try to take advantage of the B3 square, and this is a big moment right now, because if I don't play C4, B4 could be annoying. I think that this is the way forward, actually. I'm releasing the tension in the center. This is not won't be a target anymore. But I'm looking to key in on this B3 square now. So, and also the queen will have to waste some time returning. So how do I want to go about this? Where would I like my queen? Back home or C7? Probably C7. So let's do it. Queen C7. Knight B6, bishop D7, knight A5. I'm going to key in on these squares. Try to. I'm anticipating another tempo against, well, not another, but a tempo against my queen. My bad bishop is this guy, so if I could activate him, things would be amazing. Alrighty. What do I start with? Let's immediately uncover my queen. Maybe white tries for a quick b3, so I want to take some steps to maybe stop my opponent from doing that plan altogether. So that's why I'm going with this move instead of, let's say, knight b6 first. Queen, knight, pawn are reinforcing this point in the event of b3 break. White has to be very timely. This is an important moment. If you don't do this now, you may never be able to get to do it at a good time. This is a position where you look to play on the flanks with a center locked up. Both center pawns for each side. Well, yeah, both center pawns are fixed. Play will ensue on the wings in some way. h4, h5, g4. Okay, there's that move. I may be able to just win that pawn. Let's put my knight on b6. Bishop here, bishop c6, queen d7, maybe something faster. None of the above. They are still playing on this wing. Interesting. Well, I think I need to take. Okay, let's take. And now decision time. How do I want to do this? My knight is under fire. Here or here? Queen is unprotected. A way to take advantage of this? Yeah. This is probably what another thing White has in mind. Bishop a3. But this pawn remains backwards, so I would like to play against that. I think I will be in time to maybe not even allow this pawn move to advance, and if he can't advance, then he's a forever target. And even if he does, maybe at this point he could become backwards. You know? One way or the other, I think I'll be able to play against White's structure. What to do right now? Take the knight. I think I'm helping the queen get off of a pretty vulnerable square. I think I might want to jump right in. Let's do this. Yeah. I want to keep this queen on this C file. I think she's slightly improved by taking on b3. So knight takes knight, I'll be taking like this, yeah. Keep control. I don't necessarily want to occupy c4, because that would mask my major pieces from putting pressure on this point. So now this is interesting. Is it an inconvenience for the rook to be on a3? I think it is. Forcing the rook to an unprotected square for one. Yeah, that seems not so harmonious. Also, if I don't take, bishop b4 could be annoying. Let's take. So now I'm playing with the bad bishop, but they're playing with the worse structure. The space advantage that White has is not so much a factor in this position. Castles or opt for this quick. I think that this is more to the point, because I don't want to allow c4 to happen so easily. Oh, actually, another thing is if I castled, knight here could have been annoying. Where's that rook headed? Let's get h6 in. I may want to castle on my next move. I don't want to have to meet the mate threat on h7 with g6. That would permanently weaken these two squares. I don't have a dark square bishop. I can't afford that. And here's another thing. Maybe I could castle queenside here. Castle, king b8, king a7. I think he'll be safe over here. He would help to defend my structure over here. It's a decision. Rook c8. I'm not going to go with kingside castle. I'm either looking at rook c8 or queenside castle right now. Because if the queens are off, I would rather have my king on e8 than g8. 4 minutes. Actually, if I don't castle kingside, then maybe queen b4 stops me. Okay, let's just castle. After all that. Castle kingside. I don't think there's going to be any attack over here. Now I'm going to try to give my opponent some direction, and hopefully they have to be tethered to to the defense of the c-pawn for forever. Right now, there's actually 2 points under fire, c3 and a4. My queen is defending the knight is defending the pawn. Which piece is not playing? This guy, let's get him playing. Maybe my king quickly bolts over towards this side of the board. I have good coordination here. Let's see. I may want to have this rook here to defend my pawn so my knight can move, although I don't know where else he would want to go. Maybe rook b8 and I just dive into c4. This rook can't move. Queen takes c3. Still defending the knight. My knight is ready to be challenged, I guess. Okay. Let's get this move in. Opponent has been playing very fast. I can't allow a knight to get into c5. I can't kick him out either because of the pressure here, so if knight b3, I'm just going to have to deal with an exchange. Oh, queen exchange. Now my king wants to be over here. He's going to run fast. Try to. All right, let's just take. And get my king involved now? I think so. If I'm not careful, there might be some sacrifice over here. Like if I go here, there's already bishop takes pawn. Yeah, this is going to look weird. I think I need to do this. Interesting game. Knight here, I could take this pawn. Get the king playing. Pick up the pace. Rook c7, rook c8. I go here, or am I just helping my opponent somehow? Let's improve the king. Do I want one rook off? I think that would help to have one rook off. Maybe I go for that next. Let's try that. Are we going to exchange or not? I think this would be a mistake because I get to challenge this point. Okay. How do I take? Not with the knight, because I cannot allow this. I go with this, I could take and then try to pinpoint this point. Okay. Take. Bishop is opened up. Cannot allow knight to d6. And now I think I'm winning a pawn. My bishop is now a fantastic piece. Well-coordinated position. Good structure over here, a quark grip on the king's side. Pressure against this pawn and this one, and one will fall. If he falls, I have connected passed pawns. This should be just really a simple endgame win now. Being up a pawn, that is a big, big deal when you have everything coordinated and, you know, there's now no counterplay. That's really the issue. So they're going to try their luck, I guess, with a rook-specific endgame. Not a bad try. I could take with the pawn, but I'd rather just have my rook still active. We're going to try our luck on this endgame. Take with the rook, pressure here. They might do this. They are. Okay. Here's another thing. I mean, we'll take with the pawn. I want to threaten this, and on f4 I have this. So the rook is going to be restricted. Yeah, let's get g5 in. He would also have a home over here if need be, against a check-happy rook. Let's take with the pawn. This guy restricts these two. It feels like, well, and this pawn restricts these two. But in the end, this rook has to go passive, and now I have the option of this move, rook behind the pawn, which is the ideal placement. And what makes matters worse, I believe, for white now is that rook here can be met with rook takes pawn check. Let's push him. Push again. And improve my king how? Well, I think the way forward is to play this. They're going to have to hunt down this pawn before their king could get activated. Now I have 2 extra pawns. This guy restricts these 2. Let's play king where? Let's go here. Looking for this, and then this. Or maybe even here first. Actually, why didn't I go here? Okay, here's the plan. Go here, defend my pawn. And then come out from behind. Now that I have these 2 covered, let's come over here. No, here. I don't want to stop. I don't want to allow this move. So now my king could improve slowly. These are just helpful checks. He's covered, and now I just get to push him. Okay, yep, just keep pushing. You can see the way forward from here is quite simple. The king is restricted, and we just push this guy. You're going to go in for a rook check, huh? I could shift gears a little bit. I don't have to allow this kind of counterplay. I could mop up this pawn first, give him up, take this guy, and have this guy as a runner. And we could do it like this. This may happen soon. Let's do it. Let's take. I think they thought they were going to get this pawn. So now I'm up 3. And he lives. Let's just get behind. 50 seconds is plenty. And now I can promote with mate. Okay. Interesting game. The big moment is when A3 was played, believe it or not. A3 is what I'm really reflecting on. You know, do I play C4 or not? I played C4 and then tried to play against the structure in that one. All right, let's try E6. A Benoni. Let's see what Dan07 comes up with. All right, no D5 here. Let's play knight F6. I'll still give them another option to push if they want. No. So is now the time where I just capture? Yeah, let's do it. And maybe I just play a quick D5. Yeah, let's get in D5. Take with the pawn. Or the knight. I'm going to take with the pawn. Or, yeah, the knight. Let's see. Yeah, let's take with the knight. I don't want to play with an isolated pawn. I think the computer will be something close to the same evaluation with either capture. Matter of taste. Could be off, because if I took with the pawn, there might be some quick heat placed against my center. So 4, okay. Take with the queen. That's the idea. My bishop's unprotected on C8, but a developing move would defend. Also, bishop b4 is a nice little check to have in there. This bishop may struggle some. Coming out along this diagonal if my queen is maintained here. She keeps pressure on g2. How is my queen dislodged? An e3 move? Yeah. Okay, well that's not a fun move to play because I actually win now. Yeah, this was actually a pretty serious threat. The bishop has to block, and now I go here and win a piece next. Queen check, I have this. Oh no, I take this, I'm up a piece. Hang on, hang on. Okay, let's just take. I was thinking knight c6, so I'm up a piece. No need to castle. This is an endgame. My king wants to be here. My bishop wants to be on e6. Let's put a pawn in the center and a knight in the center with an attack. Develop, welcome more exchanges. Take with the king. No need to demote my knight. I also had this move. Let's go with this rook here. Not that it matters too much. I guess just here. Although on this capture I'll be taking with the king. Okay. They are probably just playing on out of momentum. Prepare to double. Rook takes rook. Okay. I could have captured with the pawn or the knight. Definitely taking with the rook here. And now I can take here. King takes knight. There's a skewer. Could take here with check. Deflect the king away from the center. And now my king gets to step up and be a champion. Right in the center. And they resign. Okay, it was a pretty quick one. They slipped up there. Weird transposition to, I think, well, I don't know how weird it was, but it was like a Sicilian. Got in a quick d5. Thank you, DM Captain Obvious, for the 9 months in a row. You add, thank you for all the great content and fun streams. Glad you could come out for this. This is a 5-hour tournament, so we're about an hour and a half into it. Thank you, Grey Wolf. I will address all the others who have subscribed at the tail end of the stream. So, okay, let's go away from the King's Gambit. I guess we'll have a Ruy Lopez game with the d3. Let's see what Oscar Ekman comes up with. Blitz, bullet, or probably... No, we have a blitz game in there. And the blitz game is the one that he beat me. And the rest were just bullet stuff. Okay, so with that move, I think they're ready to hunt down my bishop. So let's open up a new square for him. We don't want to allow knight takes bishop. That light square bishop is very important. And g6. g6. Okay, I'm going to go with this plan. Not castle, because I would like to make use of the f1 square first. And I am not so sure I want to play rook to e1 in this position, so I am sure that I want my queen knight over here on the king side. And he will do a good job of preventing a quick entry into f4. Now, if I go here, there's this and then c5, so maybe I come all the way back to c2. One of these two, of course. Which one? Well, I'm going to come all the way back. more aggressive, but I mean, he'll just be kicked. So, yeah, I think this is the right way to do it. Just come all the way back to c2. d5. We'll see what happens when d5 is played. I don't know if I'm going to take or keep the tension or build up some castle rook e1 and then maybe take and then have some pressure against d5. I may have a quick a4 to force this bishop to make a decision, to force one of these guys to do something, rook b8 to maintain b5. Will this happen? a5, a lot of interesting structural changes available. So let's see. What are they considering here? Maybe one of the more critical moves, most testing moves would be a d5 at some point. Maybe build up first. This pin is no bother. I give it a quick kick. There's no backing up. That's one of the, well, when you have the pawn on g6, this is a, you know, if your pawn is on g6 and you're playing bishop g4, you're pretty much prepared to give up your bishop. Because h3, there is no backing up. Well, sometimes there'd be g4 and your bishop's trapped. Anyhow, okay, d5 on board. I probably just keep the tension and castle. If I take, I help out the knight and the bishop, so let's just get a move in that I cannot do without. Keep this tension. I don't want to be too quick to give up my only center pawn. I don't want to be too quick to give up my only fourth-rank pawn. Right now it's a fourth-rank pawn versus two fourth-rank pawns. However, after this, now it's completely balanced in the center. This is I don't think that this was a good choice by black. Not winning or anything, but I think I gained a little something because of that move. I have no concern of, let's say, d4 or, yeah. Okay, so let's just deal with this present position, huh? Recapture with the pawn, right? So now, where do we go from here? I was going to point out this kind of stuff. Rook d8 is on the cards. Suppose I play a4 right now. a4 will be met with this. He feels a little bit out of play. Is now the time to make a decision with my queen here. Queen to e2 seems most natural. Where will their queen bishop go, and where will my queen bishop go? I'll probably go here. Rook d8, I'll be forced here pretty much, so. Okay, let's just play queen e2. I may want to play h3 before I make my next decision. Oh, okay, well this, similarly, you know, they have support for bishop c4, so I think he needs to just be neutralized straight away, which is a desirable exchange, because when you consider the fixed pawns in the center of my two bishops, he was my poorer bishop. So, okay, that's an interesting move. I would have been fine with doubled pawns. My rook would have smiled. Well, let's take here. And what about now declaring my bishop? See, things are opening up now, and this bishop is, I think, a bit off from contributing in this position. Where are there holes in black's position? Here and here, and that's no white square holes. If ever this, then I could try to get to this square. Maybe he tries to maneuver to e3. Rook d1 is a candidate. Bishop here to here, I don't know. Maybe rook d1 is a start, or h3 is what I'm leaning towards. Let's play this. Try for a bishop for knight exchange. I don't know how good of an idea this is. Maybe rook d1 was too soon, because now I have to commit my bishop. I don't know that I want to really do that. Okay, let's go here. Rook takes rook. Here's the other thing. They have pressure on a2. That's a bit of a bug. I think I just want to take him out. All right, we'll try it. Flight square or knight f1? I should probably get him involved as soon as possible. Don't want to do this. Okay, so I could kick him away. This would free up my rook from defending a2. So feels like somewhat of a helpful move, knight there. Let's get that in there. I can't deal with the knight in my house. Okay. So now knight here, huh? Yeah, let's do this. I might try for c4 and then knight d5. Here, the knight is loose. I don't know if I could take advantage of that. Maybe. Let's play h3, flight square, and knight g4 ideas. Knight here, and how about, look at this combined attack I'm seeing now. Just pointing out he's unprotected, so there's already attacked if a knight takes pawn queen e3, or just queen e3 straight away. If this move, then this knight has some possibilities of g6. Both knights close to their king. Neither one of them is within one move of giving a check just yet, but they definitely have to be on the lookout. Alrighty. This is the threat. Hopefully they're not stream sniping. It's one of the downsides. Playing classical on stream. There is actually time to do that stuff. I have pressure here as well. Probably keep these two here. What does that imply? It implies that their queen is restricted, so maybe, the counterpart, my queen, could try to stir up some trouble elsewhere. Here, and then rook trade, and maybe I sneak into here, start poking around at their pawns. I like my knights better than I like my minor pieces better than theirs. Even on the clock. They're really in the think tank here, huh? Oh yeah. It's the biggest thing here. Do they have to play h5? They could maybe just make a knight move, too, right? Where's he going exactly? Not a connection issue. I think it's more of a white has something, maybe, and I have to find an accurate move. Knight to d7 it is. All right. Well, what about something super simple, like getting my rook on A activated? By way of what square? Let's go just a single step. I don't know. Here, there's this. Okay, so they're just shooing my knight away right away. I think I want to take the knight now, or the bishop, so that there isn't a good defender of a one-day knight g5. Yeah. So now a knight on g5 can be just a super pest. I have no doubt that I'm better in this position, but how much better? I don't know. Well, let's double. If the knight moves, I could take twice and then take on e5. Like trying for this, there isn't e5 would lack some support. And, well, you maybe have to just go in for that, you know? Because otherwise I was going to be entering here. So the knight pretty much needed to move. So I just followed through with what I said. Take twice and then take on e5. Rook takes, rook takes, rook take. Queen ends up here, knight here. I have a flight square. My knight is unprotected. This is a soft point. I am on another pawn, though, but queen e8 hits my knight, defends c6. I have f4 from that position. f3, and maybe then I have a counter-attacking move, queen e3, which is just disruptive enough. Okay, in any event, I think I need to just go in for this, and let's just see if black could stir up some trouble. I am up a pawn. Let's see if they can get it back. f4, f6, queen e3. Let's start with f4. If they go f6, well, they have to go with f6. And now on this move, queen e3, pawn takes knight. Queen takes knight. Pawn takes pawn. It's difficult. Queen e3, pawn takes knight, queen e3, pawn takes knight, queen takes knight, pawn takes pawn, queen d4 check. Let's try for this. Could also take here. Maybe have queen a7 stuff. Let's see. Probably pay some attention to the time here. Gotta take the knight. Take the pawn. Do you have a passed pawn? How about we give him a little push? Be careful, king and pawn endgames. Yeah. Perpetual checks right around the corner. I could have maybe given this check first and then pushed. That might have been better. Can I do this move and clamp down on their structure? Improve the king? Let's clamp down on their structure. H-pawn versus these two. I think I need to sneak up with my king a little bit. Queen here, I have this. I'm down a minute. Couple checking squares. I have pressure here. It's probably a drawn position. Okay, so let's give this check. And okay, so where's their perpetual actually? Oh. Preparing this move, huh? But isn't my pawn really fast? There's only one check here. I could duck. Here. Let's give this check. King here, I have this. I'm winning. Yeah, I'm winning now. Queen d7. For a second, I thought the king would be able to track down my pawn. Not the case. That was a close one. Super, super close. Yeah, they resigned. He's going to be getting a queen there. Alrighty. Lance is on a tear. Super Berserk happy. Only one. He probably just maybe forgot to Berserk. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth game in. He didn't Berserk one person. Or it could have been another scenario is let's get a move in. Let's try e6 again. Another scenario is that the game ends under 7 moves or something, and then you don't get the Berserk points. Alright, let's get c5 in. My opponent's on pre-move mode. Always a bit interesting to see that in classical. I don't know why he would do that. I don't know that knight d2 is really a developing move. So a couple of things that I think about when I see this is, he has to move again if the bishop wants to come out along its natural diagonal. The one where you establish two things. You put a pawn in the center, you open a door. So he either has to move again before he can come out this way, or white's intention is to fianchetto, which is a case of opening a couple doors when he really only needs one to get out as efficient as possible. Okay. Having said all of that, I think what I would like to do is play against this guy right here. I don't want to allow him to move so easily. Right now, they're preparing to maybe do this as well. Hang on. Maybe have some options. Maybe I don't commit with my d-pawn just yet. If I do this, white might look to key in on one particular square. I can also just capture first. And not allow them to even support their center. Let's take first. Now it's a 2 versus 1 in the center. And let's go from here. How about that? And let's challenge this knight right away. Let's see what he does. Okay, some very fast decisions by my opponent. So now, if I take like this, the knight cannot move. If he does, there's a cost. And that is they go uncastled. I could also look to just take towards the center and play with a really strong center. 2 versus 1 and a d-pawn that will be rock solid. Spending a ton of time. My opponent has spent a second, if that. All right. What do I want to do? Well, let's go like this. If they fianchetto, they'll be biting on a rock. Okay. And now we start to bring out our pieces finally. A lot of pawn moves by me. That's all I've done. One knight move. Okay. Where else does he belong? It's a best square. And who else needs to play? I'm not going to be fianchettoing. I'm going to keep this structure as is to combat the light square bishop, so he needs to come out in this direction. What does that mean? Get your pawn on e5. And my dark square bishop, where does he belong? If I go any of these, I feel like he'll just be struck at one way or the other with the knight or the pawns, so probably bishop to e7. Let's go bishop e7. He has more options than this guy. Could get the queens off and the knights off and play a bishop endgame. Okie dokie. Maybe I want their queen to take mine. How about I develop? Let's be a developer here. I could do knight takes knight. No, they'll do queen takes queen first. How about just put a bishop here? You take me, help my rook out. Alright, my bishop's helped out just a hair. And my rook is now helped out just a hair, and I'm throwing a punch. You see that? This bishop's going to be pretty annoying on that square. Okay, I'm going to do something that looks a little bit odd. However, I believe it's important. And that is cross on the only open file for a moment, because this pressure is going to be too much. I didn't want to have to cope with the pressure against this point by playing here, because then I run the risk of having to give up control over the only open file. So my king needs to be around here to support my queenside pawns. So we scoot over here. They're really helping me out. I mean, not to a winning advantage, but these captures definitely helping me out. And maybe actually by this point I play a5. Um, let's see. Let's go a5. My bishops need to do something else. I don't know which one is really a desirable exchange. Let's start with this. Pressure here. I think I would rather a dark square bishop exchange. That, I think, helps me, because now this pawn controls 2. Yeah, that's a positional error. a3. But, you know, they were in a tough way, because they wanted to free up the rook. I guess it was a tough point, because now I could do similar. The thing I was wanting to avoid, you know, controlling that pivot square where you could challenge the rooks. That's ruled out. Let's get a pawn move in. I think this is good just to stop this and maybe any quick strike against h7. Maybe I even prepare for a dark square bishop exchange. But before I do that, maybe I establish my bishop right here. Not only to stop this, but to stop bishop from exerting pressure here. How to win this. Now, if I get rid of the dark square bishops, I'll have an entry point. So that's a way forward. This is a reason to welcome a dark square bishop exchange. So let's see what white comes up with. They have a ton of time to think it over. Not so much for me. Alrighty. A push. Alright. Interesting move. Well, rook e8, g5 I could take. I'm going to try this. g5 takes, bishop here. And on that move, now I could get in the desired bishop move. But do I do that just yet? No. Let's get here first. Let's challenge that king. May want to slowly inch my pawns up a little bit. Okay, feels like there's close to mate like this here. Takes his mate. Okay. I need to pick up the pace. I need a bishop off before my king can contribute. You know? So, let's see what white does. I have this. Okay, that's their way of stopping my rook from entering. Let's start with this. Or improve the king first. Let's go here. Okay. Improve the king towards the center. Alright, so now the bishop is without a defender. It's a pawn that's fixed on a light square. Let's improve the king. Going there. The rook is tied down. I'll have a better king position on a bishop exchange and a better rook. Let's inch my... No, let's take. I think in order to make progress, I need to do this. Let's go here. The rook could only bounce back and forth here. If this, I'll play here and then hunt down the pawn with my king. If here, I go here. If here, I don't know. Okay, let's improve. My rook is really fast to be a super disruptive piece. And the big prize here, I believe, is taking the b pawn and the a3 pawn because my furthest advanced pawn will be most menacing. So now we sneak the king in. And right around this point, we could care less about keeping pressure on this point. We look to activate the rook next. And we do that right now. If this, I take, and then king takes here, these guys fall. Right around this point, if this push, I'm just going to take. My king isn't around to track him down. I don't want any case of this push here and this rook taking him and having a passed pawn. So on this, I'm just taking. I'm looking to wrap around, take out the b pawn, the a pawn, and push the a pawn to victory lane. That's the plan. So let's take, and maybe I take a pit stop here. Don't even allow them to capture my pawn so easily. So on this, I'll just babysit the pawn. On here I take, on here I take. These two are forked, they're not going anywhere. I'm okay with going passive for a move. I don't want it to turn this into some kind of a race. I just want it to be a one-way street. I have a passed pawn and you don't have any. And that's very close to happening. I take the a pawn. The a pawn is the one I want next. Free up this guy, 3 squares away. Let's do it. They could get a passed pawn here. No, they can't. Push, takes. I'll even come over here and go passive once more. Because there's no other way forward for my opponent than to try and create a passed pawn. So let's just take. Get my king out of the way. And push my a pawn finally. Plenty of time to do it. Push. When this rook moves, my rook will move. And right now is the time to do that. Flush him away. Could have also just pushed. Now we just push through. I have a much more active way to defend this pawn, not that it's needed at this point. He's back on having a responsibility. Let's take another pawn. There's no stalemates. Minute 11. Hopefully not a time burner player, but nothing you could do if that happens. Gives me time to have a look at the chat. All right, playing on a little bit more. Let's push this pawn. I guess they were prepared to meet this with a check. Now at least I could interpose. Not doing this to run for a touchdown, but just support this. King here, push through. Alrighty. And just not even allow anything. And no pawns, no activity. I don't want these guys to turn past. No stalemates. You have this square. Playing it out till mate. So check. Check, and then mate on f2. So here's the real test. Will I get Nona fried here? Yeah, that's a good point in the chat. Someone's saying instructive that I didn't rush when I saw that my opponent was rushing. That is a big trap for young players. So we may have to change the Nona fry to your Ral 43. That'll sound super eccentric if Nona Fry wasn't eccentric enough. I'm getting Nona Fried. I'm getting your Ral 43. Is that what's happening? Hello to Sheldon Squared in the chat. Yannick, Adobe Flash Gambit, JN Cal. So, I mean, it was a pretty even game. My opponent played fast, but it wasn't something I could easily capitalize on. I think this was a game of all recaptures for me. Well, okay, I initiated that capture to acquire this majority. But every other move, well, all other moves, it felt like I was the recapturer. Right? Recapture, recapture, recapture. And in each case, I was helped just a hair. Right around this point, if they went for g5, I was going to take, and then go here. Although, that might have been off, because on g5, if I take maybe this here, here, but I think I had that right, where I was going to be able to pick up this pawn, and I would have a pawn here. Yeah. So once the dark square bishops, notice I have the better bishop. I have a fixed pawn over here, but my attention is really over here, where on the king side I have the correct kind of harmony between my structure and bishop, and put my opponent on the defensive, and just didn't really allow any counterplay. Again, this was the big prize, taking the b pawn and the a pawn, and then he's super fast. The Usain Bolt of the position, maybe we could say. Where is everybody here in the chat? This is just a... Oops, I wasn't on pre-move anymore, so let's get that in there. This is the real time. My opponent rushed in the opening so that he could save time just to Nona fry me. Where is everyone tuned in from? Maybe I could read out some locations really quick. Hello, Slim MG. What's going on? Glideson P is here. J Brand 1. Philly. Yannick and Slim MG. Representatives from Philly, France, Netherlands, Finland, Kansas City, Germany, Georgia, Sweden, New York, another Finland, Serbia, Russia, Finland, San Fran, Ventura, California, Texas, Israel, Lithuania, Belgium. Awesome. All right. Still 3 hours to go. Lance is still on a tear. He is currently in a game. So that game didn't even play out till checkmate. I just got my opponent let their time run out. So let's play a d4 game against the shy General Gun. And c4. A Slav, huh? With bishop f5. So I guess we're going to go hunting. Yeah, let's do this. Queen b3. Let me slow it down here. I'm still playing fast from the last game. Okay. Well, does that not run into a quick bishop f4? And am I happy enough with just a speedy development? Bishop f4, queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn, I win the rook. There is no queen c1 move. You have to show me why it doesn't work. It's a common idea. It's a nice, valuable tempo to gain. I think if top engine was playing this position as white, it would already be a win. So let's see if I could play like a machine and find the most direct stuff here to take advantage of this queen c7 slip. I don't really mean that. I don't really mean that it was like a mouse slip, but like a mistake, some inaccuracy here. So you temporarily get my bishop, but I immediately get your pawn, and you can't stop me from getting the rook, is the thing. So on some other move, such as queen to b6, what would I do? I am prepared to play c5, and on queen takes queen, pawn takes, and I have some accelerated version of something that's already pretty good. Having a half-open A file and being able to play... Wow. I did not consider that move at all. Huh. Interesting. Well, I'm going to have to run with this, huh? Anyhow, I was going to say I would have some play on the A file and I could play b4, b5 stuff, but okay, let's consider here. If I take the pawn, they take my bishop and I don't get the rook. I take the queen, they take my queen, I take back. I still get the A file, but I'm not such a fan of having double isolated B pawns. But with this capture, also I have something in the center, and that is a 2-to-1 majority. So I probably just have to go in for bishop takes knight here. And on top of this, I have an e4 move with tempo. So let's take the queen. I don't think I have any better move. Let me just double check. Anything fancy? No. I got to take the queen here. And I could probably hold off. I should hold off on recapturing here. It's not necessary. I may even be able to play a3 and keep my structure and pick up the pawn like that. First things first, though, I believe I just start out with e4. Let's play e4. When I capture here, I have a threat of taking the knight and then taking a7. Interesting that my opponent's thinking there, though I've missed. Okay, so isn't this a desirable move to be able to move my knight and attack the bishop? Also, when there is pressure here, now I have an f3 move as well. Yeah, I think this is the way forward. This roundabout way of hunting down the pawn is not something a computer would do. The most direct thing is to just open the file and say, so what, you have doubled pawns, but your piece activity is amazing. I could look at g4 here, h4. g4 here, h4, and if f3 only then I take, acquire the bishop pair, I'll have a strong center and something to bite at with bishop c4. Pretty sure a computer would play g4 here, making use of, well, trying to hunt down the light square bishop. I think I like this idea. Let's do it. g4, not f4, but rather h4, trying to trap the bishop. Why not f4? It's much more committal. I might want to keep him in reserve for f3 to reinforce a center point on e4. Okay, now the moment. My bishop doesn't have many squares. He's not going to get trapped. He could always do this. On this, I could take the knight. Let's start with h4, huh? Take the knight first. No, I want to acquire the bishop pair. Let's see. Let's follow through. h4 it is. Bishop b4, I could play f3. If bishop to b4 and I play here, there's takes, because my knight is no longer defending e4. Okay. f3. Okay. So now this is where I acquire the bishop pair. I just take him out. The rook has something to play on the h-file. My bishop will not be trapped. There's no fear of that. I think my opponent is without the light square bishop. So just bishop c4 straight away? Or do I take the pawn? Bishop c4, king d7. Maybe I just take the pawn. Let's just take the pawn. Open up the a-file. Okay, I don't have everything I would want. A perfect structure in the bishop pair, but I have the bishop pair, a nice center. It's a fluid center. It's still subject to change here. No static, no fixed pawns. Let's throw another piece out into the mix here. Bishop c4 it is. If my bishop retreats, probably g3 is best to free up my rook. He doesn't want to be here forever to defend a pawn. King position-wise, I will not be castling, most likely. e2 seems like the best home. Light square, opposite him. Still in the center. My king will have an easier time because of this slight space advantage. My king should have an easier time, I should say. An easier time playing towards the center. Let's see how black, first and foremost, goes about defending this point. This is not a move I could take. So how to defend here? Here you're in a pin. Here makes me think about this kind of stuff. A huge line of pawns. This knight, what is he going to do if I ever establish a pawn here? What is he going to do anyhow? Is now the time to just move my king to e2? Is my bishop close to being trapped somehow with this? And then here? I'm kind of fearing something like that. Let's just stay out of any trouble and go here. That's just a slight concern. I don't know if it's necessary, but I don't want to. I'm trying to play a bit more practically here. So let's get the king up. Maybe f4 soon. f4, f5. Crack open this diagonal. Pairing b5. Okay, I can't do this just yet. What about g5? What about e5? e5 gives up this square. What about h5? Double on the h-file. Let's try h5. One day, maybe my bishop could hunt down the whole queenside. The X-factor bishop on c4. I might just sit with my bishop and say, if you want to take, you help out my structure, I give up my bishop pair, but you repair my structure, and I still have a big center. Definitely not fearful of this. Straightens out my structure. My knight is within checking distance of the king, so let's be on the lookout for maybe some fancy tactics one day. Gonna shut it down with this. He's 3 steps away if he still lives. If he ever falls, he's a fast one. We'll see. To have it open up or not is the question my opponent is trying to weigh right now. To take or push. Push it is. So now, do we just blast open in the center? Try to get at the king? I give up some good squares, though. I think I need to do this, though, in order to gain something. Well, how to crack open this position? Can I reposition my knight? He's not, I don't know. Is he better placed on d3, e3? Yeah, let's reposition my knight. I don't want to make a decision in the center. I think I just give up squares. I want to see my opponent make a pawn push. What pawn push would they do? I mean, one of these two, I'm thinking. Yeah, I think repositioning the knight is a good thing. He's pretty flexible from this square. Still in these key 16 squares. Maybe I jump into f5 somehow if he ever moves. If he ever moves, the knight would be happy. He's still supporting this advance. I can rely upon my knight a little bit more. Okay. Preparing that move. Okay. I think I'm just going to have to be okay with knight takes bishop. Okay, maybe f4 now. I give up this square. It's tough. Let's put the rook here. I'm anticipating some pressure against d4. Maybe knight c2. Let's keep the bishop. I'm playing with the bishop pair and some space, so let's keep the bishops on. Yeah. Let's just challenge him real quick. Expecting him to move away, but let's just get a quick move in there. It is has turned into a bullet game. Let's go back straight away. I don't think I'll be repeating. This might be way too... Okay, so my opponent thinks of doing more. Let's get another move in quick. Okay. Maybe I put a knight on c5. How can I pull that off? Let's try for this. Knight in the corner, knight b3, knight c5. Can I get that in? Let's put the bishop here. I'm anticipating pressure against this pawn soon. I think they're allowing me to get this in now. And he will be tough to kick away because of the pressure I have here. Let's go here. Knight a4. I could defend. Jump in straight away. That move. Playing fast. Let's defend like this. Knight here. Very tense position. Let's try to maybe crack with this advance. Knight can't move. Minute, I'm back on time. Stopping me altogether? No. Here we go. I think it just opened up in my favor here. Threatening to take. Let's take towards the center. I've undoubled my pawns now. Rook exchange. Didn't want to have that happen. Okay. Where's my king want to be? Not sure. Nice move. I think I need to take 52 seconds. I guess it's going to be a draw. It's looking like a draw. Very hard-fought draw. My only try is to get to this point. If they're not careful, are they going to misplay this? If they put the king over here, I'm dead. Or not dead, but I don't have anything. Let's go here. Okay. Gotta take him out. So I just offer a draw. I'll offer a draw. It is a drawn position. Okay, yeah, they did accept. They didn't try to play on. Hard-fought game. I would have liked to have kept a rook on. They got rid of my rook, and like immediately, and yeah, I wanted to keep him on, and then I would have been able to stir up some trouble. Maybe I missed a tactic right around the point that the H file opened up. But a forever tense game in that one. It ended up with opposite color bishop ending. Okay, so playing against a Sicilian. How do we treat this? Knight c3. Let's maybe take it into a King's Indian attack. Yeah, let's play a King's Indian attack. On d5, knight d2. I want to be prepared to capture with a pawn and avoid the queen exchange. Knight d2 does that. That's a little bit of an early decision with the queen because at some point it runs into bishop f4 with an attack. Let's castle. So rook e1. Okay, they're shutting it down. Structural change, how to adapt to this change. Not such a fan of this move because the knight can reply and move forward. Let's see. Knight c4. If I do this and then this move, my rook would much rather be back on the f-file. How about knight c4 for a start? Let's try this. Let's see if they're going to play e4. If they don't play e4, I get this move in now, so this has to be pretty good for me. To be able to develop with tempo. There is no e5, I have enough coverage for that. So the queen probably has to go back home or just to an awkward square here. There's maybe this at some point. Probably has to go back home. Meanwhile, what can I do? Let's first take a timeout to secure my knight with a4 or something else. What about just jumping into e5? Maybe. Maybe at some point I do that. If I do this, the b4 square might be a nice post for the knight. Let me make a little, just a soft move. A little small improvement. Spot for my king, not committing my a-pawn just yet. Maybe even g4. How about g4, bishop g3, and move my knight and play f4? Okay, I'm going to give up b4 just to secure my knight. If he wants to go here, fine. I'll just have to live with him there, although I could kick him out at some point with that. Okay. Let's back up. This knight is unprotected, so here's an additional reason behind h3 I'm seeing now. I can move my knight to h2 to free up my f-pawn. I want to get my f-pawn rolling. Also with this move, maybe I could devise a plan around restricting this knight. So if I play e5, the knight can't make use of f6. e5 and then g4. If the knight is fianchettoed, he's still boxed out by my g-pawn. This is a committal decision. Is it worth it? Also, bishop h6, more direct stuff, something to look into. Knight e5 as well. Nice forward move, preparing f4, although can't get an f4 for as long as this knight stays here. So I'm leaning more towards this stuff. First this, and then this. If I go g4, there's this. And on this, there's that. So let's start with e5. I think so. e5 it is. If ever this, I'll have something to bite at. Okay. g4 was my idea. Let's do it. Okay. Bishop h6? Or what about a queen on h6 and a knight on g5? How do you pull that off? You go back home, queen d2, queen h6, knight g5. If They give up their dark square bishop. They're asking for trouble, big trouble, a ton of trouble. I would have d6 as well. I want a dark square bishop exchange. How do we make this happen? Can we make it happen? So many questions. Queen e2, queen e4, queen f4, queen h6. Do I have time for this? Let's find out. It's a developing move. I'm going to try to slither on in there. I've completed development with this last move. I'm not behind time-wise. I have this well supported. Okay, so they flinched some. To maintain my e5 pawn or not, I think I am prepared to have this open up, because this knight is a dead piece. In fact, now I get to play in knight here. Pieces start to fall on some really nice squares. But do I jump in right now? I could do it whenever. Is now the time? Don't want to drop this pawn either. If I do this, would they really snip a pawn? Any direct stuff here? Still have 5 minutes to think this one through. Okay, let's see. They have a backward e6 pawn. They have a knight that's pretty dead. If I control this advance, this knight doesn't have this square. Maybe with that said, I should kill the idea altogether of this knight ever trying to think about getting here. Let's jump in, and I'm going with this knight because it frees my bishop. Also, maybe f4, although it kills any ideas someday of a bishop h6 move. So let's see how Topalov36 replies to this. Threatening to maybe damage the structure. He's an important defender for my king, but I could play a position without him in this environment. Things are opened up enough. I'll have some counterplay against d6. If it ever falls, it may be with check. Strictly passive piece. I want to maintain my pawn on g4. I'm thinking not at all about ever playing g5. Let's recapture in the only way that I can. Well, it's the only move. Okay. Bishop f4. We've been here before. My bishop played to f4 and chased the queen back home. He might try to do similar. Let's try to do similar. He is unprotected, but there's no way to take advantage of this. I can always back up to h2 and threatening discovery. Queen may have to go back home. She's not going back home. I want to keep the queens on because I feel like I have some attack against their king with this bishop knifing into the position. Have the bishop here right now. They're striking at b2. Would they really think about taking my b pawn? Well, let's find out. This really feels like it would be a poison pawn. To allow a rook here combined with my bishop, that will be unbearable. They're still playing without a knight because of this one pawn. Now their queen is really sidelined, but they're really gunning for this advance. Could I interfere with that idea? I think I can. How do we do this? Do I play over to d2 and then go in for this now? They're gonna eliminate my light square bishop soon. That's the plan. What could I do in the meantime? Okay, this looks weird, but I may actually at this point take out the knight. Takes here, queen to e5 check, and I mop up a pawn. So while he's a pretty dumb piece, at least I'm going for a variation where I net a pawn, maybe two. Bishop takes, queen e5, king moves, queen takes pawn. There's no guarantee that this move is even successful, and I'm ready to take another pawn with check. I don't know how they would even defend that. Check here, check, the king moves, queen takes pawn. Maybe then rook to f4. Something better? Um, I'm gonna go in for a pawn grab. Give up the bishop pair, give up a really strong bishop for a poor knight, but I'm going after something, in this case, material. And a queen that is ready to go on a rampage. Turn into Pac-Man. Let's go here, mop up a pawn. I could take here and be on the bishop. See how they try to defend this guy. Could also try for queen c7, hitting b7, hitting the bishop. 255. Rook f4 it is. Oh, I'm just realizing I'm hitting two unprotected pieces, so I win. I win a piece, I think. How do you defend these 2 points? I pointed out rook f4 thinking it was good, but maybe I benefited if my opponent was stream sniping and they believed me that rook f4 was good. Sometimes I do that on purpose, throw out a bad move in the event that they're listening. That wasn't... Oh, okay, that's a simple way to defend. Simple enough. Queen back to e5. How do you defend this point, though? Centralized queen. That was a simple way to defend against these two threats, huh? Okay, rook f7 it is. Let's see. Queen defends this pawn, rook c8, rook c1. Am I still going to get this pawn? Feels like it. Oh. That move. I could take here, though. Let's do it. Bishop takes bishop. I take the queen. There's no fancy bishop move. Alrighty. Offer a queen exchange? Sure. I'm up 2 pawns now. 2 minutes left. The rook is in a pin. If they avoid a queen exchange, the rook isn't going to play. I should have just come all the way back. But actually what I didn't want to have happen was bishop takes and then queen c6, and their queen to be a little bit better placed. So I could take the queens off first. Or just take the bishop. Let's exchange queens. And then take the bishop. And defend this pawn. So where do we stand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus 5. My king is fine. He'll find activity. I'll be playing c3 and... Yeah, c3 right now, actually. I just want to open it up and gain access to these guys. Rook takes pawn, pawn takes. Is there something simpler? Minute 20. Let's just take and open it up. They're letting that pawn live. Let's go after their pawns. A minute left. You take my d pawns, I take your a pawns. Maybe this rook could come back here to defend if he gets hit. Pigs on the 7th, maybe. Okay. Let's defend here. Minute left. Feel like my rook wants to be somewhere else. Let's go here. 56 seconds. Rook d2, this wouldn't be a good idea. Could defend my pawn. Okay, so now he's ready to move. I defend here, I'm ready to move. He has to come back over, probably. He's going there. Let's defend him. Now I'm ready to push this guy. Base points covered. My d-pawn is ready to fly, given an opportunity. Might be able to pitch this pawn and go after the b-pawn. Rook on b7. Let's run, pawn. Rook here, I could give a check. Let's see. My king isn't playing just yet. Still tactical with both rooks. Technical, my king runs. Let's give this check. 35 seconds. Alright, let's take. Get the rook here. Putting up a lot of resistance in this endgame. I want my king position now. He could finally play. 29 seconds is not a lot. King-specific endgame, I should still win. Rook check, I'm going to pitch this pawn. Improve the king. Rook on the 7th. Tight game. Let's get him out of this move. 26 seconds. Maybe f4, f5. It's very tense. Not a lot of time. Let's get active with my rook right now. Yeah, I get over here, huh? Tackle one of these pawns and they fall with check. Let's do this. Give up my f pawn and get these two in return. 20 seconds. Right here. Now center. The rook might play here. Yep. Let's go here. 11 seconds. Oh, my time. Oh. I don't have any time. Tough to commentate. G5, rook f6. If that pawn moves, I come back over to the A file. I'm making this very difficult on me. Rook here, I could do this. Five seconds. Good grief. Roll the die on one of the moves. This is totally winning. Where's my time? Yes. The rooks are off. Come on, man. Capri, move out. They're down on time. Oh, my heart is racing. You could probably hear it through the audio. It's not fun when you have 5 seconds and your opponent has over a minute. Holy cow. Tough, 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 tough. And there's no breaks, man. There's no breaks. They just throw you right back into the mix and say, play another game, buddy. No breaks, no bathroom breaks. Forget about drinking any water. Dehydrate, buddy. Suffer through it. Play on E. You got another game. All right, let's slow down here. Slow down. Queen on E3, huh? What does that mean? You're trying this stuff, huh? Let's go for a fianchetto. Get on this diagonal before you. They still go for it. Shouldn't this be punished? Like right now? What about knight f6? Threatening knight takes pawn. Let's start with that. There's already a threat. Queen could recapture. Suppose I play d5, though. Let's play d5 without too much thought. It feels like I have a tempo here or there against the queen, and I thought I have a fork here. What am I missing? I guess in the end I'm not threatening to take the knight, but still. They have some, they have to find a new spot for their queen. And I could always move my queen out of the way, threaten the knight, and if the knight moves, I take a7. She's asking for trouble staying on this diagonal. She's within striking distance of multiple, in multiple ways. A pawn, a knight, a bishop somehow. If I play queen a5, there's knight b5. Keying in on this. Maybe I just castle right now. Should we castle? Here, castles, e5 are all moves I'm considering. Let's start with castles. I have a lead in development. I have a serious thorn of a pawn on d4. And they're doing nothing about this just yet. So now I think queen a5 is a dagger. I could start with e5, but I want to keep this diagonal open. This is a piece play position. I don't need to establish a strong pawn in the center. I think queen a5 is the way. Maybe I play e5 on the next move. Let's see. I think this is the start, though. Is there something better? Am I guaranteed to get to a2? Is any fancy stuff happening with bishop h6? Actually, I could do this stuff. I could take the knight. Rook takes queen, take the bishop with check. Let's play that position. You get two minor pieces and a rook and an attack. And a pawn that lives here, as otherwise there's a knight move, discover check, and I pick up the queen. That's probably best. Let's go for it. Give up the queen, but I get a boatload of material. A boatload. Oh. Well, this is definitely not right, because I get the queen right back. Here, check. She can't even give herself up for anything. I get the queen, and then I'm up 2 minor pieces, and they have a pawn for it. That's definitely the cleanest. Don't even recapture here. Go after the big prize, the queen. They resigned. Yeah, that was a position where you really needed to be accurate early on in the game. Yeah. So we're back on fire. Let's see what we get next. There are over 1,000 people in here now. 1,269 players. Lance, the Beast. Has he lost yet? Okay. How about we play knight f6? This is the pack leader. Let's see what we throw at Lance, the machine, the beast, one beast of a player. The marathon machine. And decisions. Okay. We're going to go with the Nimzo Indian against Lance. Okay, well, a Bogo Indian maybe, huh? Let's go with this and see. Okay. Let's start with A5. That's a little bit different. Okay. Probably B6, bishop to B7. Yeah, let's combat their light square bishop. And to castle now. Take the bishop. I'll keep that tension. Let's get castles in. Now what? He's in the think tank. Okay. I could go in for this. Knight e4, knight takes, bishop takes. Let's consider. Bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, knight e4. The bishop comes all the way back. They play with the bishop pair. I think I'm leaning towards knight e4. Let's try knight e4. Before maybe it's ruled out altogether. So, some decision needs to be made now. Alright, gotta take the knight. Okay, so we're just going to have a major piece ending. Each of us has a knight, I guess. Pretty much have to take the bishop now. Any other decisions? Yeah, sure. What about maybe this move? D5. And in a way, I'm saying you take my pawn, I take here, and your knight struggles just a little bit more. I have a pawn that's doubled, but it's in your house. That might not be that might not be a bad move. It might not be an interesting move. Let's play it. What are you trying to say? Alrighty. What other choices do I have? I usually don't get this amount of time to really think things through against Lance. Alrighty. Other options? If I go here, would f3 be played? How about just take and play d5? Yeah, let's be assured I get rid of their prize. Their prize. Pretty sure that that's their most valuable piece. Let's put a pawn in the center. They're going to take my bishop and help my a-rook? Let's see. I'm threatening their pawn right now. What are they going to do about that? Where's this knight going to end up? He'll find a good spot somewhere. A lot of different plans in this position type, I imagine. Okay, so I probably take with the queen. Yeah, let's develop a piece. Where's he going to go? f6, c6. He's a little bit loose on that square. Not budging. Alright, how about, I think a knight on f6 is good. Let's do it. I like my queen. She will be challenged soon, though. Knight on one of those two. She'll have to find a new home. Maybe it's over here. With a knight on g4. Try to take advantage of my opponent not having a light square bishop. This may be a way to do it. We'll see. This might be enough firepower to make some concession in white's position. Like if they have to play, let's say, fearing a knight g4 move, if they have to play this, their king cringes. I don't know how much longer I'll keep this tension. For as long as I feel that this would benefit me, having the open file, I'll keep the tension. I should probably swing the back completely around. This is just a fantastic square for the knight. Stops any e4. Okay, they are going for this plan now. Okay, so they weaken this diagonal, so I'm leaning towards maybe breaking it open in the center with c5. Right now? Would that be the time to do it? Let's strike right now. Let's not wait a moment. Let's break at this moment here. I could have looked to build up some, but I think this is the most direct way to play it. For as long as my queen can stay here, I have this rook has responsibility, but of course e4 will be played soon. I have the safer king, so more than anything else right now, I'm seeing the king positions of each side as a key factor. So right around this point, I wonder if I should take here or take here. Actually, if I do this, they have to take with the bishop, because otherwise there's a pin. I should probably do this and then play bishop c5. Is my knight going to end up out of play? Once e4 is in, yeah, he's going to struggle to find some work. Could I build up the pressure, maybe get this rook playing? Keep the tension once more for one more move. Let's try that. Let's keep the tension. That's an interesting move. c4 is interesting. Bishop takes bishop. Really want to keep the queens on, I think. This move, there's e4. Would I back up with the queen? To keep queens on or not? Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, queen takes queen, rook takes. Okay. We're gonna, I guess, play this position. Let's take with the rook. I'm up a pawn. I am up a pawn. They were fearing some kind of a pin. They took with the bishop. I could take here and then pin. I'm up a pawn, and I have really good coordination. Well, not really good coordination, really good piece activity. You just take. Let's take. Once. Rook is under fire, probably have to take. Support this pawn and then activate my rook. Yes. King position. Boxing out the knight. Okay, they're undermining my center. Good push here. Huh. Well, I play it a bit more simple. Let's see if they take here and then take here. Give me the e-pawn. Pivot square. Maybe at some point this h-pawn could play a role. Okay. I play e4 now. Inch my king towards the center. Let's try that. They're not going to allow me to take the pawn and to have a rook on the 7th. Pitch this pawn, go after this one. Let's go here. About a minute edge. Let's play g5. Let's not allow this knight to get active so easily. Now let's jump in here, actually. Here, my knight, I get to take this pawn and support him. Not even allowing that. Let's give this check. Might be some mating ideas. Rook block, there's a fork. King here, there's a fork. King here. He's going to fall. They have under a minute now. How about I go here? Yeah, he might be a really strong pawn soon. About 2-1 on the clock. I'm controlling these squares with my knight. I could force the rooks off and have an outside passed pawn soon, no? I should be winning. Rook check, rook block, rook takes rook. May even go after the h-pawn instead of the g-pawn. Anything else? Let's do it. Check and then take. I think I want the h-pawn. Get rid of the h-pawn, then h4, he's passed. No, let's just take a pawn straight away and improve my king immediately. Immediately. Let's go here. King and pawn endgame is a win. push this pawn. F4, G4. If not careful. 15 seconds. Let's improve my king. Threatening a fork to win the H-pawn. Okay. Oh, I totally forgot about my time. I thought I had more time. Oh my goodness. I totally got so absorbed in that endgame I lost track of time. Oh, good grief. Oh my goodness. I had a huge blank. Oh man. Oh. Oh man, I totally forgot. That's a tough one to stomach. Oh, brother. Oh, that is such a tough one to stomach. I'm still trying to stomach it right now. That's why I'm not moving. Oh, I was playing a good game, I thought. I thought. Oh, brother. That is such a tough one to let slip away. Oh, man. I started to go into time-burning mode at a point where I was lower on time. I think I could have time-burned him towards the end, because once he had the passed rook pawn, maybe it was a draw, maybe he was winning all of a sudden. I let the king track down my b pawn. Ah, spend a minute and a half on this game, thinking about the past one. Okay. Oh boy, that's tough. That's a tough one. Can I recover from that? Oh man, that is such a tough one to lose. I don't know. I got so absorbed in that end game. I blanked on my clock. That must have been extremely frustrating for those in the chat. See it out of the corner of my eye, a ton of chats coming in. Alrighty. Get back on the horse somehow. Boy, that is such a tough game to lose like that. Not even on position, just, oh, man. Tough. Ah, okay. Let's come back to c2. We've been here before. On b3, he gets hit by the knight. And let's get this guy playing. I think I didn't see the clock flash red for me. That's usually like a little indication to kick it into a higher gear. I think I was so absorbed in the position I didn't even see my time turn red. So it wasn't, it didn't even register. That was my warning, and I missed my warning. Okay, I have the bishop pair. Alrighty. Let's see what we get. I have my fire extinguished now. That's a killer. I might have to go into berserk mode. Maybe Lance sent me into a berserk mode mentality. No, we're still gonna play with 10. I need all the time. Oh man. Okie dokie. What do we do? What do we do? Let's break it some pawns that are on light squares. F7 is a bit sensitive. Let's see what black does. I'm still thinking about that last game. The reason I was spending so much time was because I had to start to calculate they had a passed rook pawn. Could I have not generated a passed pawn faster? I think I could have. Okay, let's point at f7. It's the weakest point at the beginning of a game, and it's definitely the weakest point right now. They are minus a light square bishop. I'm running into this, but now I have a way to back up and try and show that the knight is just misplaced on a5. I don't know that I want to open up the a file just yet. I think I'll keep this tension for as long as I can. And actually, if he does this kind of stuff, maybe I take on e5. Alrighty. Let's just back up. Let's not overthink it. That'll be the phrase from now on. Don't overthink it. Alrighty. Let's improve the queen and challenge the piece in my house. Go away. You're not allowed here. You need to find a different home. Shoo. Shoo. A shooing move. Queen d3. I might soon tie in a knight with this bishop. I could win that knight. No, not win it, but I could win a pawn. I'm going to get this guy in return. I don't believe it. Oh, boy. Chop, 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 chop. If I take here, there's d5. Can also give this knight a kick and then win the e5 pawn. Interesting point in the game. I go after a pawn like this. Oh, b3 here, a5. No, I'm chasing him to a pretty good square. b3 here, I just crashed through, taking a pawn, I think. I don't want to give up my light square bishop like this. They take on e4. I don't think I have anything there. Well, okay, I could win a pawn. Here, here, here. They get this pawn, I take here. They have to play d5. And I'm just up a pawn. All right. Let's do it. Giving up the bishop, but getting a pawn. Yepper. Was this really best? I don't know. Let's play here. They may be able to do similar. Pressure against f2. If I block, there's bishop takes queen takes b, and then I have to worry about this guy. So on this move, I think I have to go here. It's not fun. But okay. Okay, so they're not doing that. So this gives me a chance to develop in a much more smooth way. Here, knight takes c3. Well, looks a little awkward. Is there a better way to do it? Oh boy. I don't want to have to do that. Here, queen b3. That just feels so... Well, I think I need to. I can't drop this pawn. Okay, he needs to be defended. Is this really a bad square for my bishop? Maybe he has to go back. You know what I should have done? Challenge this knight. Let's reset. Bishop is the most efficient defender of b2. I can't move my b pawn. So those last couple moves were clearly not so productive. Bishop e3, bishop c1. Yeah. You don't want to play like that. But I think it was best. This position, I think bishop c1 is best. So sometimes you have to just eat your moves. I just got stuffed. In a way, not fun. Queen on c2, then b4. There's no knight takes c3. Okay. Such direct play, man. Such direct play. Oh. I am really falling for a lot of stuff. My opponent missed a tactic. Oh boy. I'm in trouble. Okay. I'm in trouble. My opponent had this move, the fork. I shouldn't have given up that light square bishop. I allowed a very invasive piece on e4. I want to kick this bishop away for starters, release the pressure here, and then regroup. Somehow. Somehow regroup. How? Knight g5. It has to start with challenging this pain. This knight on e4 is a pain. Let's go. He must go. I thought about knight d2 first, but why not move forward? You take me, I develop. Even material, by the way. There's no way I am any better. This bishop is a shark. Killer. I have to neutralize him. Right now. Starting with this, and then bishop here. Not just any square. I want to keep an eye on something of black's. a6 is it. You gotta go, bishop. You're just too good. How to recapture is an important question. I may want to take with the pawn, as otherwise, how exactly do I activate my rooks? Let's open up a file. Get my rooks playing a little bit. I still maintain pressure here. What's the queen up to? Going for this square? I could take this pawn, no? What's wrong with taking that pawn? Let's find out. I have a passed a pawn. Alrighty. Pac-Man? Targeting this guy. How about I just consolidate? Drop the queen back. Don't allow any counterplay. And I could slowly improve. Let's just defend. And I could challenge the queen with queen d4. Queen g3, I'll just have to live with her on that square. I keep this tension, I just take now. I don't want them to double. I don't want thoughts of this stuff. Probably gain access to this only open file first off. And then push the a pawn a hair. One step. Something better. How about we gain complete access to this only open file? Queen here is met with a mate in 1, 2, and 3. All right. Let's push the pawn. Not that they were threatening to take. They still need a flight square. Now I get to enter with check. And I could push and push again. Let's do it. They need a flight square. They have a flight square. Do I just push once more? Let's do it. Queen b7. The rook here. Queen here ideally. To prevent any perpetuals, I control this diagonal in case I'm checked on my back rank. Can't get that in just yet. Here. Rook on f7, and it should collapse very soon. This pawn has come a far way. My rook from f7 will even help out in case of any perpetual check ideas. Controlling f4, like if black makes a run for it right now. Here and defending g7. Also, there is now this tactic to take here. I take the rook after queen takes rook. And there is no perpetual because this. And then I push through. And, well, I could give a check. But I just want to secure myself against any perpetuals, so this is the way forward. Queen on b8. My king will be cozy here. And then I queen next. No perpetuals. And mate soon. Check. Let's just get the queens off. Is there a mate? Let's overthink it. Let's overthink this one. Let's overthink this position. Let's do it. Overthink it. Okay. I have to make one move that isn't a check. Is that where we're at? No, I could give a check right here. And how about we just play queen here? There we go. Check. Gotta give up the queen, and it's mate next. There we go. Ugly game. An ugly game. Alrighty. Mannered monkey. What do we throw at mannered monkey? Let's try knight f6. And what next? How about we play g6? Okay. All right, bishop g7. Castles, yeah. Interesting move. I'm going to look to play against the d4 square now, if I can. Let's see if I have the time to do it. That was an important moment, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm here just in time to defend and get here. Let's go for this little journey. I stopped d4. They could stop knight on e6 with f4, f5, but that's a pretty committal move. I'm here just in the nick of time to defend here. There's a hole on d4, so this is giving my pieces direction. Let's get in there. Very positional position. Let's move this pawn. I might want to move this guy soon. Not him. Okay. It's cutting off the coordination on d4. This, however, is an opportunity for me to challenge this pawn right away, and this is probably the way to do it, because he's helped as well. Let's see what white comes up with. Okay. What will Team White come up with? Can this pawn survive? I think he needs to give himself up. Takes, I'll probably take with... Ooh. Okay, we're going to find out. If I take with the pawn, I give this square up. If I take with the queen, I allow this. I think I have to take with the pawn. And we'll just have a bit of a trade-off. What is that trade-off? The trade-off is I have d4, they have d5. Where is the structure different? The only difference in that resulting structure is the f-pawns. They've committed the pawn to f2, I still have my pawn on f7. So what does this mean? I'm looking forward to maybe being able to exploit the weaker king position. I have a cozier home for my king, this one not so much for white's. Okay, so let's start with this. Also, I like that I have f5 and my opponent doesn't have f4. This is a difference. So I'm trying to identify the differences within the pawn structure, and this is helping me to identify different plans. Maybe play against the king position. Maybe I'm more inclined to keep the queens on. Their pawn is on f4 instead of f2. This takes away an important square here. Do that. Maybe this. Throw a punch. This is an open file. Rook e8 is pretty useful, it seems. Let's look at some more direct stuff, though. Still have plenty of time. For now. While I remember, I have time. Knight takes knight. I'm helping my opponent to develop. Probably best to activate the rook, huh? Another difference is they have some pieces that are in the line of fire here. Let's throw a quick jab at the bishop, see what he does. Probably f2. I would like to get a light square bishop exchange, I think. So maybe this. He's an important defender for the king. So while it's already a weakened structure, I would like to maybe weaken it more by getting rid of the light square bishop. Suppose bishop d7 and then c6 one day to make that happen. I could actually take here right now, and the knight has to recapture, and then I could snip a pawn. Should I go hunting for a pawn? I feel like I'm helping my opponent get some activity, and developing my queenside would be difficult. Knight takes knight, bishop takes pawn, rook to b1, bishop back to g7. I don't like that I'm giving the rook some play. I'm going to go here. I'm giving up my b-pawn, but maybe I get activity from my rook in the end, if they try this. Snipping a pawn, though that comes with maybe bishop takes h3. Bishop takes b7, I could take here. We trade pawns, but in the end, I end up with an active rook. Positionalness. A positional struggle. Okay. Bishop or knight? Probably the knight. He's better placed on that square, and also I could do this next, which is what I want. Okay. And jumping right in. Bishop c6 is tempting. Maybe better, however, is this. I might try for this advance. I have a check on this square. b5. Let's try for b5. I have these checks. I should still consider these on every move. I haven't been doing that. I did hesitate some with this move because, well, if I did this, I have to follow through with b5. So I hesitated some with this in a way because I want to do this, and now there's not support by a pawn, but I do have a knight. If they try to take out my knight, I can always recapture and give a check, and there isn't time for some way, there isn't time to maybe try and take advantage of my bishop on c6. Okay. I could take, and now I think I win something here just by initiating some capture. Capture, and now after pawn takes, I have bishop f5, which is scaring the rook away from b2. So I should be netting some material now. Should. Let's see if that's really true. This is the heart of the queenside structure. I have all my pieces playing. One of the key piece differences in this position are the rooks. My rooks are currently playing, whites aren't just yet. They're at observing their own pawns. I'm on an open file and pointing at this pawn. Still have this in my back pocket, having a safer king position, safer pawn structure, so this is probably a pretty good decision to not just allow me to be up a pawn and there's no compensation, to at least have some kind of imbalance. It's probably a very good decision to run it like that. So I should probably just take and then throw a rook on the 7th. This knight is something I'll have to try my best to work around. But I think everything starts with just taking that rook. And maybe I don't even enter just yet. Why not, though? Why not? This knight is within checking distance. A4, A5, A4 is another way forward. But a rook on the 2nd, huh? Come on. That's got to be pretty good, huh? Let's do it. A rook on the 2nd it is. And maybe I just take out the A2 pawn. How does white improve their position here? A5, A4. Pressure on the rook can't move. Pressure on the bishop, the rook can't move. Got this covered. I have a check still. That was an instructive moment right there, the decision to play b3. Many players would just move the rook, but I think it may seem odd to do it like that, but it shows a good sense of what type of position is better to play with. One where you're down the exchange, or one where you're just down a pawn and have zip, like no compensation. I just end up with so much activity. I really like that decision. Computer probably wouldn't do that, but practically, maybe the best try. Your queen really can't move, you know? You go to these squares, my knight'll move with check. He's just doing so much. That rook. If bishop takes, I get to take with the bishop, and I like having a new square for my king. One of these pieces is pinned. I am opposite the king. My rook is eyeing up a lot of white's pieces. Even on the clock. Okay, so now I still have a check move. Probably A5, A4. I don't see a clean way in just yet. How about taking here? Well, let's just let's drop back. Maybe I do this and get rid of the knight, and then I could activate both rooks. I'm up the exchange, so in general, what? In general, the more open files I can create, the better. It'll be tough to keep both of my rooks under control if there's multiple files opened. So they're going with that. I could take. They're going to try to hit me with a fork. But in a similar way, I think I'm okay with kind of. I'll allow this fork. Because I'm picking up a pawn. They're going to hit me with a fork. But now it's in even position. It's no longer imbalanced, and I'm up a pawn. And I still have the safer king. So let's improve fast. How about queen here defends the pawn and throws a strike here? Let's do this. Let's be swift. Let's crack with a4. I want to get to this square. They're playing fast. Let's keep a checking square open. I'm also defending this. I didn't realize. Ideally, I would like to keep the queens on, but I'm not, ruling out some type of a queen exchange. Could take here and play rook there, although there's a check on rook e8. Let's take first. Queen here, there's rook e8. I feel like I want to play bishop f8. Bishop takes pawn. Okay, I have to make a fast decision. Rook check, I block with the bishop, I have to. I'm in a pin, but I'm on this pawn. There's no way to take advantage of this pinned bishop. The rook has to go on the defensive, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Should take some steps to unpin. Otherwise, there's a quick bishop h6. They have a minute advantage. Prove the king. He's a passed pawn. Let's improve the king. Let's push this pawn. I want my bishop on e5. They're allowing that. Bishop on e5, I could think about pushing now. I'm up a pawn. It's very tense. No, that would drop a pawn. Let's push him. Let's improve my king further. Rook here is probably a threat. Yeah, this is hitting really fast. That'd be a pass to b pawn. A lot of pieces on this rank. Let's start with the pin. Where's safe ground for the king? Just back up. Oh, I could have played rook here. That would have been better. Maybe. So I need to take and then take here. Tough to unpin. I guess I'm going to win another pawn. 1 minute left. Don't forget about the time. Whatever you do. We've been here before. The threat is also to go here, exchange all the pieces, and win the king and pawn endgame. Like, I could take the bishop and then play bishop here. Actually, this is something instructive, I believe, this way to do it. Because I go here, give a check, and they have to go back into a pin. And now I keep the pin, I push the pawn, and then this is super clean. Because I get to take next and then push. That was a very good game. Very, very tight game. Right down to the end. Good player. 1 hour, 15 minutes left in this one. 1,500 players in this one. I am just out of page 1. Let's see if I could... Maybe I make a run for it. I try to get a quick game in here. Pick up the pace with one of these. Alrighty. 5 minutes to 10. If I win, I get 5 points. Why not? Yeah, maybe this last hour we try berserking everybody, regardless of rating. Why not? Mix it up just a hair. Let's back up. Yeah, it's already been about 4 hours of just classical games. The 10-minute games. Let's connect knights. Ask the bishop a question soon. We've been here before. I've discussed the differences between b3 and c2. Ask him a question. You gonna take or not? How do I unpin? Bishop back, rook e1, knight f1, knight g3 is the way. I don't want to play this. It's too weakening. 4 holes. Let's follow through. Knight on g3. Let's keep the queens on. Had a similar structure earlier on, where it was that I had a queen d2 move, forking the king and the queen, winning that queen and pawn endgame. Similar structure. Okay. Maybe I do go in for this, actually. One thing I have to be careful of is, okay, let's not overthink this. They might take and then try to do this. All right, we're going to try for g4, knight g3, knight f5. If they strip my defense of d4, if they strip my pawn defense with takes, b4, I'll just have to try to secure that square. Oh, really? I don't think that that could really work. They're going to try it though, huh? Let's challenge that bishop. Okay. Oh, they're giving that, huh? Takes, and then king in the corner. Another check, I could go here. Let's do it. My queen is defended, so queen check here, I could still go here. I just want a queen exchange. He's not going to budge. I want to keep this as is. Taking here, no way. He's not playing. He could enter if the f-pawn tries to play. Just want to get my rook involved. Although, if I play rook g1, queen h5, and I don't have knight h2. Okay. Probably just close it up. Yeah. Let's not allow this knight to play. Right now it's only the queen that's nearing my king. Yeah, I don't play rook g1. I play knight h2 first. This is tempting, but this check and then my king has to go to g2, which might still be okay, but I do this first. Offer a queen exchange. I have light square control over on the queen side. Okay, so they're just okay with the queen exchange. Alrighty. How to move forward here. Let's improve the king. 3 minutes. I stopped to think maybe for too long there. Now let's activate the bishop. This is a hole. I want to get there right now. He's my worst bishop. Get him activated somehow. Bishop d2, rook here, f4. 2 pawns for the minor piece. Black has a little bit of space. Rook here to stop this. I have bishop to d7. He will get activated. Let's get here with tempo. Pressure against the knight, the king, the pawn. Where will the rook go? Let's get here. I could look to break it open on the queen side as well. Now that I have control over a8, it'll be an uncontested a file. Gotta take here. And probably push. Yeah. Knight on f3. This pawn is pinned. Some quick strike with e6. Let's definitely go here. He's striking at something now. And I think I will play on the other wing as well. Try and put pressure on this pawn. Yeah, let's open it up a little bit. If there's a pawn, no, I could just take. So on pawn takes pawn, I'll take with the rook. Keep my rook's eyes open along the a file. I could take and get really active. Whoop. Let's do it. I'm on f7. My king could even take up a more active approach. g4, threatening to win a pawn. They're just giving me that pawn. Let's take with the rook, I guess. Had my choice. So now there's some serious light square weaknesses in black's camp. Now that there's no longer... I just wiped out one of the pawns that's on a light square. He's now a passed pawn. There's no activity over here. He's worth far more than just 3. And okay, so can I just take here? They'll take my rook. Probably could, and then it's going to be mate soon, yeah. Yeah, I could allow this. So it's take here, and then knight on g6 is going to be mate. King in the corner, and there's nothing that's really going to stop a knight g6 for mate. Even if this wasn't some mate that was working out, it's 2 minor pieces versus the rook. Let's see. I see Mannered Monkey in the chat. If that's the same Mannered Monkey I played against, GG, man. Just seeing you. Oh no, not a clock ticker. Alrighty. I can stare at the chat now. Not much you could do. Hello, Alonix147, Spike7S. Toxic Piggy is here. Shane3, I see. Ah, cool, Mannered Monkey. Awesome. Alright, we're just going to take with the pawn. There's no stalemates, so I'll just take with the king. Actually, quicker was just doing this, and then it's mate here no matter what next. Okay, so I leave open the option for another check and this thing to be prolonged, but if my opponent really wants to time burn, they'll be able to time burn facing those mate ones. Thanks, TNT. Glad you could come out for the stream. Been a while, a little over a week. Hello, the Miguel UC. Unpromoted Pawn is here. Burnt Online is here as well. And Admiral Bullfrog. That seems like a new name. Scalier Storm. Jerk Phil. How long has this tournament been going on for? We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I really, as soon as I fired up the stream, I pretty much jumped right into playing in this tournament. So, I expect a time-burning strategy by Team White. They're just milking it for a little bit. Nope, they resigned. Awesome. Alrighty, got 47. If I get another 5, would I get to page 1? Yep. Where am I at? 47, I'd come up to 52. I'd be just behind. Oh, Mannered Monkey again. Alright. E4 it is. Oh, I forgot to berserk. Oh, well, probably not a good idea to berserk. I forgot. Okay. Well, I could think this one through. Let's try for f3, bishop e3, queen d2. We're going right after the throat. Okay. A little bit of a standoff here. You're not listening now, are you, Mannered Monkey? You muted the stream, I assume, as soon as this game started. Might have to be careful. Yeah, I think we're both, there's not this right away because bishop h6 and he'd have to move a second time. Thinking about a4. I could also just go forward with development. A4, knight e2, one of these. How long could black hold off on bishop g7, I wonder? Is a4 worthwhile? Let's build up a little bit. Knight e2 to g3. I mean, if they try for this, I can move my knight very timely and get them to g3. It's a sensitive square, without question. And now I am in there just in the nick of time to defend c4. It's just far too disruptive piece, having a knight on c4. Okay, so they want to chase my knight away. Let's not allow this pawn to go any further. All right. Oh, also I don't have this move anymore. That's the other idea. Okay. Let's do a4. Yeah, a4. Do I know what square that is? a4, b4, knight d1 into f2. Also, with my knight out of the way, if ever this, I could reinforce. All right. Put my knight here, I guess. Is there a better spot for him? Let's go here. They're going to try to eliminate light square bishops and play knight c4. My queen might have to take up the role of watching over knight c4. I don't know that I want to play b3. I really weaken c3, which is something, that could be exploited one day. See the c pawn exchange for my d pawn, rook c8 into c3 sometime. Let's see what black comes up with. On castles, would I really go in for a dark square bishop exchange? I mean, do I really feel like I could, I don't know, attack the king? Well, I guess in this case I'm going to have to play b3. If I play this, they exchange, knight here. I cannot give up my dark square bishop for a knight. Okay. Don't like having to weaken c3, but I don't see any other convenient way to defend a4. Also, I don't know how happy the knights are with the bishop on d7. Just have to roll with the punches. Just adapt. Not the first time I'm using that term. It's a good one. Sometimes your opponent forces you to do things you just don't want to have to do, but maybe you must do. So I have to babysit a pawn with b3. I weaken this. It's a hole, and black already has support for it. My rook is also unprotected. This bishop's eyes are likely lighting up. Will black castle? c5, e5, rook c8, castles. On d5, I have e5. On e5, I have d5. c5, I probably still have d5. Or do I? Let's see. Around the 7-minute mark. The turnout is somewhere over 1,500 entries into this. This is a once-a-month tournament. Under an hour now. No one will be catching lance. It's just how it is. And probably a good idea. I was fearing this because I didn't have this reply. So let's make a decision with my rook. What is a good decision? My instincts tell me rook d1. However, maybe this, and then I could play c4. If he takes, okay, there'll be this pawn to worry about, but they don't have this square to work with. Like, imagine if a bishop gets there, or even a knight. Rook c1 or d1? How much time do I want to devote to this move? None of the above? Let's play rook c1, I guess. Yeah. Alrighty, you eyeing up my knight? Is that what's happening? Let's take a small step with my bishop. A lot of patience right now. My opponent could have castled for many moves, but this type of idea is addressed. Okay. d5 I thought was the way to... oh, okay, wait. I play this move right now, c4. If I do this, there's knight here. Takes, bishop here. Think I'd be welcome to the c-file opening up? Their queen is opposite, so let's maybe try to show that the decision to play queen c7 is maybe a bit off. I don't know. Would they allow this pawn to survive, or are they going to take him out? If they take him out, my rook is brought to life. If they don't take him out, then they have to deal with a super dangerous plan to just play d5 and have a huge lockdown on the position, one where I may be fine with giving up the exchange one day, with it being so locked. You're down a rook, but you have a minor piece, but the rook that your opponent has is maybe would find it difficult, let's say, to work, to find a productive role in the position. Not a single exchange so far. We're 16 moves in. Big decision whenever there's an option to change the structure. And that's where we stand right now. If ever capture here, these are two squares the knights would like to be on, but neither one has a fast track into those squares. Also, let's not forget about this guy. Whenever he moves, I always have some kind of counterpunch if necessary. I may think about knight h3 into g5. This is one of the drawbacks here. We have offsetting h pawns, let's say. The g pawns are a little bit different. The f pawns are different. I control g4. My opponent doesn't have as easy time controlling g5, so they're allowing d5. Interesting. I think I will just lock it on up. And now that this move has been played, there's no quick queenside castle. Space Invader time? Let's do it. And I'm prepared to one day take out the bishop if he ever goes here. This is such a locked position, and the value of that dark square bishop is immense. So where do we go from here? He wants to make use of this square. As soon as that happens, I want to sneak in there. Maybe I don't castle. Somewhat close to even on the clock. Let's go here for starters. Just getting out of any of this. As soon as a knight jumps in there, I'm looking to reposition my knight. I think that this is a good choice. Slow improvement position once more. The first game we played, it was like that. Okay. Well, if ever captures, I could take like this and he's helped. And I'm going to maintain that pawn. Let's improve my knight on f2. Okay, so it's locked up once more. Super locked position. Let's get my knight into g5. And this knight, where does he want to be? I don't know. Who will be able to better navigate this position? Let's see. Let's step up with my king. Connect rooks. They're going to challenge my knight soon. And my rook. My light square bishop wants to play where? I want a light square bishop exchange. So we're going to shoot for this. I'm going to leave my knight sitting. If ever captured, I'll take with my h-pawn, and he'll have to find a new square. I'll have 2 pawns in black's house. Let's still follow through with this. Are there any fancy knight moves? They both would hit with check, but neither of them really scares me. Let's go here. g3, bishop h3. Let's continue. I'll take with the pawn. Now I have something to play with on the h-file. Bishop h3. Their knight, wherever he goes, unless the structure changes. My pawn structure kills the knight. Let's play here. Where would my knight like to be? Let's get a king in a light square. I want to see them capture me so I could just double. Okay. I think I need to take. I don't want to see f5. Now let's go here. I maybe want to take with the knight and get back into get into e6. So this is, I haven't given up on g5. I went there once with my knight. Who says that another knight can't jump in there? Maybe the way forward is to just get immediately on with captures. And my knight is hitting in here really fast. Hitting the rook, getting into e6. That is negated. My rook on c1 isn't playing, but now he is. f4 takes. I take with the knight. I get into e6. Let's break in the center. I don't think this is a position where I could have tried to build up anymore. Okay. Double up. Maybe queen here first. Off of a dark square, maybe stops this. Defends e4. I don't know whose king is safer. He's making a run for it. Let's go here. Not here. Knight here, knight here. Defending the pawn. I want to get to e6. There's a battle going on over g5. Probably a good thing that I forgot to berserk. Very close on time. Now, isn't this allowing my knight a fast track in there? I am also hitting this pawn. Maybe they missed that. They were banking on knight here to defend knight e6. This was a big improvement. Knight on e6 is hitting with great effect. I go to e6 or just take a pawn? I'll certainly be getting the h-pawn. I think I could take a timeout to pick up a pawn. Let's do it. Within checking distance, I'm still on the rook. I could return. He should fall. I want to get him back up here before I even think about winning a pawn. So, actually, rook takes h is pretty good. Let's get another piece working. There's also now queen g4 check. Oh, I missed that move. Had to defend here now. Yep. Okay, I messed up. They're getting a pawn back. I'm still up a pawn, but should not have given that guy up so easily. I still want my knight here. I still have a better bishop. I didn't point that out. Knight e6 soon. Their knight has a responsibility. A knight move would challenge this rook. Should probably go straight in for it. Hang on. I might have something fancy. Yeah, I could take the bishop first, maybe. Maybe. I don't have the time to work it out. That might have been a move. Let's go here. Covering the knight squares. I'm on the bishop. Go here. Let's push the queen. I have this covered. I didn't even realize that. Okay, this is good knight versus bad bishop position. It's a one king and pawn endgame if they go for the exchange. I could target this. Yeah, now they just fall. Another tense game. Let's just push him. Yeah, it takes my h. I get the c pawn. Wow. I think both games against Mannered Monkey, it was like the most, I think we kept pieces on the board for like, I don't know, for forever it seems. All right, I got 51. There's 45 minutes left. Let's see what we get next. Maybe Berserk, maybe not. Maybe just 2 or 3 more games in. Really tense. A big positional battle once again. 1,638 players. Queen Master. All right, let's throw the Sicilian at the Queen Master. We won't Berserk. I don't think that extra point's going to matter so much. If I'm if you even win. So let's take and challenge that knight right away. Okay, this is a welcome sight. Take with the bishop, and now play on this open diagonal. And I'm going to play with this structure. I don't even want to give my opponent something to work with. Let's improve my queen. If I could stop d4, this d-pawn is forever a liability. So I'm more inclined to play rook d1, rook d8 before developing my bishop. Let's just do this right now. Put some immediate pressure on the d-pawn. Okay, let's point both. Let's have two diagonals towards the king. Flight square. Let's get a flight square. And well, really the other thing is I don't want to ever have my knight challenge with bishop g5. A knight here, I have this, so they're going for a queen exchange. It's probably an even-ish position. All right, we'll play this endgame. I'm still playing fast. It's a tough adjustment. Towards the end of that last game, we were in bullet mode, but then new game, and you have 10 minutes on your clock. So what now? Let's see. They're ready to win a pawn here. I could try to hunt down the bishop. Playing knight d5 takes, I take the bishop first, and then take the pawn. Let's try for that. Yeah, let's try for that. And if they duck, maybe I try to change the structure and go for c4, king e7, b5, b4, and show one day that the c3 pawn is a target. We'll see. Okay, so they're giving me this. Maybe I still just close this down. I should value my knight as better than their bishop. Also, now that the rook isn't on a1, if they try to undermine my c4 pawn with b3, a rook won't one day be brought to life. Here, a4, I could support it still. Let's try with this. I don't want to give this square up. There's just so many pieces that can make use of that. One of them is likely good. And it injects a little bit of an imbalance into the position. I haven't ruled this out. Well, yeah, maybe I probably have ruled it out with this last move. I'm weighing my knight as he's more valuable than the bishop. So let's play b5. I have to defend here. Actually, there is no b3. Scratch that. No b3, because it would drop c3. And there isn't a great way to challenge my knight, right? How does the knight challenge my knight? He's a really good piece. If he ever goes back, I have f5, f4, and the bishop's cooked. Okay. Should I castle, or is it okay to keep my king in the center? Is there still too much material on board where I could make this kind of a decision to play king to d7? I think he's cozy enough on d7. Here, a5, b4 with support. Eventually there will be some target. I will be able to apply pressure to some weak point on white's queen side, and one of the white pieces will be responsible to defending. And the quality of the pieces is reduced as a result. I'm going to play king d7. My bishop does a good job of negating the knight. I don't see any great bishop move. I am opposite the rook, but I don't see that the d file opens up. If this I takes, king c6 is rock solid and the c pawn is likely to fall. My opponent still has a back rank issue that they have solved now. So do I play this? Just getting my king on a cozier square. Or not, because maybe the c-file opens up. Maybe my king is best placed here for right now. How about getting this rook doing something different? Such as... what? How about I support a b5 advance, b4 advance? I don't necessarily even have to take the knight if he jumps in here. Might be able to work around him. Okay. Can always give him a timely kick. My king might want to stay here to defend this backward pawn. Oh, you know what move I had instead of rook here? I could win material right now. f5, if knight here, f4. If knight here, still f4 with the fork. I'm winning material. I had that one move sooner. I had that even right now. As soon as I played bishop here and rook here, I had f5 right now. On move 19, I could have played it. Move 21, I have the option still. Oh no, what am I talking about? f5, there's knight here. Takes, and then I'll have to babysit that pawn. Forget that. I don't want to give my opponent something to bite at. a5 and then b4? Or b4 right now? If I go a5, there's probably b3. If I go a3, though, if b3 is played, I could play this, and when the knight moves, I take here. Maybe I get my rook playing. Let's do this first to reinforce this point. It's also getting a piece playing. He wasn't doing anything in the corner. 5-minute mark. Where's the knight headed? Okay. Let's just get another pawn rolling. Clearly preparing b4. I maybe was able to play it right away. I guess preparing to challenge my knight some point. Okay, I think I like my knight so much I'm going to stop that idea. Give up some squares by doing that, but... Yep, I'm okay with making a weakness now against this point. I'm ready to have stuff open up. Let's do this move. Yeah, stop knight e3. Rook e4. If I need more defense, I can do it laterally. Rook e4. Not this. I want to keep this 6th rank open. So this move instead. Of the two rooks, which one is better to do this? Probably the c rook, because the b file I'm anticipating will open up, and I want him to become active. So rook here to defend this point. b4 next. B file opens up. I want a rook on b2. So far, so good. Trying to chip away at my pawns, but I'm coming pretty fast here with b4, no? b4. Let's make a break for b4. Let's take here first. And then take here next. Bishop has a responsibility. I could give this check first and then take here. And I should probably do that. Yeah, let's insert a check. Also, when he falls, this guy's a runner. Let's do it. I'm on the rook as well. Just scooped up a pawn. Material is balanced. We all have... there are 8 isolated pawns in this position. I don't know that I care so much about winning this pawn. Yeah, maybe I do. I win this pawn and then I'm controlling the promotion square. Although I allow some activity on the A file. Right now I might want to stop rook takes pawn. Probably a good idea to do that. Centralize the knight, hit the bishop, and pave the way for this, and it should be enough. It might be overkill to try and acquire, let's say, two passed pawns. One should be enough. So c3, c2, maybe my bishop can help out. And they just dropped the bishop. They missed I was on the bishop. Yeah. Threatening a fork. Threatening everything now. Another super positional game. And he resigned back to tournament. Okay. Lucas Z83. Let's try a d4 game. c4. Okay. Let's go with knight f3. e3. Scoop up the pawn. Okay. I'm going to take. I was threatening this. Castles. Maybe first this. Let's insert h3 first. I have a flight square now. It's a long-term thing, but I got a useful move in with h3 just then. Any quick strikes against b7? Here. Can always damage my structure as well. Let's mix it up. Let's see how they react to queen b7. Gonna damage my structure and give me the bishop pair? Probably an option. And they're making use of that. And so am I really going to go in and take that pawn? They're looking for a c5 strike. I'm not going to take the pawn. c5, d5 is what I want. In balanced position, both minor piece-wise and pawn structure-wise. Maybe some sacrifices here one day. Doubtful. Would need more fire on it. More fuel. Okay, worthwhile to insert a check? Nah. Where's my bishop belong? Probably here, to a protected square. d3 unprotected. No. Alright, maybe my bishop returns to b5 now, because there's no c6 anymore. What about a queen check? Bishop check, and then after knight blocks I have d5? Let's try for that. Okay, d5 is what I'm thinking. Let's try d5. If this pawn is maintained on the board, there's no open c file, and there's no, I think more than anything else, there's no pivot point for black's minor pieces. And also, there's no threat of robbing me of my e-pawn. This is a very important pawn to me. If I can't allow this kind of capture, because then I'm saddled with double isolated f-pawns. No good. I want to keep these guys together, and they will be together now. Maybe my king finds a nice spot on e2. It's a light square, I like that. Opposite him. Let's see what black does. The threat here is to crash through on e6. They bypass it. then he's a passed pawn that I will maybe connect. Could challenge my bishop with a6, but I'll take. And the knight would have to recapture. Queen takes, I win the knight. a6 takes, knight takes, I take here twice. I'm up a pawn. So what are they doing about this? They're initiating the capture. On this move, I have this to still defend the knight. This is an important detail, and I just lost a piece. Oh, because I don't take into account unprotected bishops. Ouch. I'm going to be losing a piece. Oh, that stings. Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh, man. Basic tactics. How can I stir up some trouble? I'm not going down without a fight. I try and stir up trouble somehow. Queenside castle, rook g1, bishop pair. Full compensation. So now you're going to get to see how I try to fight my way back, being down a knight. Who needs a knight? Yeah, he's tricky, but he's terrible sometimes. Maybe he's going to be terrible. There to pin. Full compensation. Threatening the knight. I got the initiative. Who's throwing the punches? This was all planned. Okay. Continue. Here, you do that. Maybe I throw a quick jab at the rook and you don't see it. There's no queen a5 now. If I took here, they just do that. Everything's defended. So I have a lead in development, but I am down a full piece. What's the computer saying right around now? It's not even throwing out a number. It's saying, what's the matter with you? Kitty chess. Kitty chess. Knight takes d5, queen a5. Doesn't even throw a number. All right. I could take the knight and then take the b pawn. Does that count for something? Get a little bit of something back? Or not? Am I going to have something better? What about... Bishop here, knight e5? Should maybe try to put some pressure on my opponent on the clock. How's their bullet? Alright. Gotta look at all the factors. Here, there's knight there. Any bishop move, I'm threatening queen takes b7. Bishop takes knight, queen takes b. I'm not even threatening the rook. I could play this. Let's just come all the way back. Stay out of this. Threatening the pawn. Queenside castle, rook g1. I think I want to induce this advance. Make it difficult for the bishop to develop. Alrighty. How about bishop here? This will stop this bishop from moving. I don't necessarily have to go with that. Quick rook d1. Need to avoid a queen exchange, that's for sure. Queen d5 is now on board. I guess they're going to go queenside. Well, let's go here. Castle queenside, I take an a pawn. The knight moves, I have a check here. Rook d1. Oh, wow. My queen is out of squares. I have to do this now. Okay. Multiple good moves here for Team Black. I guess I had Queen a5, but I need to try my best to still keep the queens on. I have a time edge by a hair. A hair. Boy, it would be nice to have an extra piece on the board. It'd be nice not to be down a piece right about now. Okay. Gotta go here. Queen b7, knight a4. I could have captured as well. Going right for the throat, man. Time to castle. Bishop b4. Strong move, man. Bishop takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn is best. Will I ever get to even play rook here? Let's go here. Here's a move. I'm still trying to keep pressure on this point. If this, maybe I play here at some point. If they castle, I could probably resign, but I won't. Stubborn. Rook d1. Can I get my queen into e4? I want to check. Can I sneak in a quick check? At the 3-minute mark. Time's a ticking. Maybe they're nervous. 21 minutes left in the tournament. We're almost there. Queenside castles. Very good. Well, let's drag the rook out, or the king out a little bit. Yeah. Maybe I give this check somehow. Clock is the only thing I have. Queen there, huh? Let's be semi-sneaky. Semi-sneaky. You sneak artist. Okay. Let's pull the king out. Get the bishop on the long diagonal. King g2, rook d1. I'm on b2. Can I stir up some trouble? Nice shelter for my bishop and king as results. And Let's go, king. My rook needs to play. Where's the bishop going? Let's go here. Try to open it up a little bit towards the king. Maybe get to b7. There's a check. I go over here. Let's go here. And how about let's put the queen here. I want to duck rook here with tempo. I have these 2 points tied up. Let's get this rook working. And well, queen here. Here, there's a knight move. Feels a little bit loose, that move. Hitting the knight twice now. Bishop's in a pin. Queen here, I can maybe take the knight. Get the piece back. On the same square my knight fell. Maybe this knight falls. 1 minute for Team Black. I have some chances. Surprisingly. The knight moves, I have some checks, posing some problems. If queen here, I don't know if I'll go in for this because it might be easier for black to play that endgame. Yeah. This exact case right here. So, what does that mean? Should probably keep the queens on at this point. I have to look for just these little practical things because they're going to be able to fly here, here, here. I'm only down a pawn, but bishop takes knight, queen takes queen, bishop takes queen. I'm threatening this. Bishop b4. I have to go for some time-burning tricks. I think. Let's try this. If the knight moves, there's rook to b1. Yeah, I have to take there. And a fork. Probably a very good decision what they did there. Where does my king go? The corner? Bishop takes e3. Let's go in the corner. Threatening mate. I can't really hold off on defending mate. To try something sneaky like this, I think. That's an excellent move. Let's try this. Rook takes bishop, I have rook takes pawn. And I'm out of gas. Do I have anything to stir up trouble? 20 seconds. I don't have anything. Yeah. Rook takes his mate. Yep. I tried my best to stir up some trouble. It was tough. Being down a piece. Knight takes d5. I was close to pulling out some rabbit out of a hat. Not quite. Okay, we'll maybe get one last game in here. Alright, this is going to be the last one, most likely. 12 minutes. Let's try e6. Don't blunder a piece out of the opening. We didn't get any Benoni's yet, and I guess we're still not going to. Okay. Let's play d5. Let's go a6. Take and then b5. Okay. Let's get it in there. Bishop b7. Bishop here. On this, there might be d5. Not anymore. Let's get my knight playing. Knight playing and then castles. Okay. This guy is going to struggle some to do something. I think this is his way out. But then I have c5. I should be able to exploit the bishop's position on b3. I'm catching some of you in the chat saying that I must be exhausted. I'm not exhausted. This that knight to d5 move isn't a case of being exhausted. I still feel like I'm, 100% on. I mean, okay, I missed the tactic and everything, but I don't think me being tired is like some excuse. So, take or just keep the tension? Let's keep the tension. I'm gonna go with this rook here, and then this rook here. Simple enough. This was a 5-hour tournament, so remaining minutes here. Can I hold on to 10th? Maybe. Somebody could catch me. We'll see. I'm okay with these mass exchanges here. Take again. And the knight belongs where? Probably here right now. Let's think. Let's do a little thinking. Might not be a bad idea. Because maybe my knight wants to go in here, How devastating would that be, a knight on this square? So while this is tempting, maybe c4, knight c5 is an idea. Also some punch at the rook. Now let's go something much more direct. Let's challenge this piece right away. Almost certainly going to be capturing with the rook. He's not doing anything in the corner. They follow up with e4. I can't take. They could always back up with the knight to stop mate. However, now a knight here is magnificent. Striking at the bishop, preparing bishop f6, an improvement for the bishop. c4 rook here is nice. I need a flight square. We both need flight squares. Let's do it immediately. They may look to challenge this rook. That's going to come with a cost now. Bishop takes pawn. I have this square covered from mate. So I'm going with piece improvement before I do these shoring up type moves, prophylactic type moves with getting my king safe. Okay. Flight square move now. This would be super aggressive. Is there really a need to challenge that knight like that? I don't think so. Let's sneak this move in. Light square creates no holes. My knight is unprotected. Queen over here is a nice central post. Is it necessary? How about I get on with pushing my majority? Let's do it. 3 versus 2. They have a 4 versus 3, but it's tough to get these guys going. There's always some king vulnerability connected with that as well. Tough piece to work around is the knight on e4. Rook here. Queen here. What do I do about queen takes knight? Let's do this. This is a move that defends the knight and stops some type of b3 move. If b3 isn't in, this means that one of white's pieces will always be what? They'll have to defend something. You're chasing my rook somewhere. Let's go to an active post. Right here. I could still go with this type of thing. This might be just the thing I need to uncoordinate my opponent's position. I could remedy the weaknesses that are created with g5 right around this stage, I feel at least. g5, h5, g4, maybe then g3, and then all of a sudden my rook, which cannot get much more active, is doing great things. This knight might be a nice move. Just a small improvement. She couldn't get there from b6, but queen e6 maybe first here, ruling out any rook d1 move. And then we go forward with this kind of stuff. Okay. My knight is being challenged. But is there a tactic here? Knight takes pawn is probably correct. Knight takes, king takes, queen takes with check, king here, bishop d4, and how do you stop mate? I could probably do this without calculating it completely through. But let's try at least. Knight takes pawn, king takes, queen takes e3 check, king f1, bishop here. My queen will get to one of these two next. Knight f3 seems to defend. Queen defends f2, knight defends g1. Let's not be too quick with that. There should be something really close here, though. Really close. Let's see if I could spot a tactic for once. It's been a while. Hmm. Knight takes, king takes, queen takes, pawn, king f1. Is there something in that position? Bishop d4, knight f3. I have this little battery going on from that position. I think white has everything covered, just barely. Close. I don't think it's working. Let's improve the queen. Maybe we go for this. Don't know if I should have exchanged knights, but I mean, I still have some advantage here, but they're untangling some by having the knights exchanged. Yep. Let's put my pawn up here, and this is something that, how to describe it? Their king can never really feel comfortable. Okay. Let's stop e4. If they play this, then I could look forward to maybe pinpointing g2 at some point. Let's just babysit that pawn. Control this square still. I don't know if I want to run in for h4 right away. I can't get to the 7th rank so easily. This bishop is a pretty big pest. He's also stopping my majority from rolling. Could play bishop here, take away the flight square. I'll nab that pawn if they go in for this. Let's go in for this. Let's see if I can provoke e4 now. I don't know why now it's okay and before it wasn't. Tough to describe, but maybe my bishop will have an additional target from the d4 post. Okay. If I do this, there's rook d1 into d2. Okay, I'm going to repeat once. Just once. This isn't a repetition. Now, if I go here, it would be. I'm going to give up control of the d file and put pressure on b2. Here, takes, rook takes, I have a check, and then I pick up b2. They off balance any because of that last move? Let's start with bishop here. A slight improvement, but now there's back rank stuff. Take away the flight square. Only just some seconds remaining in the tournament. Okay. Hmm. A little scary to put my king on a dark square. It's tough to find ways to improve. I don't think I could improve my queen any better. Just inching my way up. Here there's this. I did think about h4. I didn't voice that until right now. Okay, so finally we have something that's going to change. Let's take the bishop. They take with their structure. I'm winning a pawn now because I have this check. Anything better? I don't think so. Let's get this check. And we're finally able to grab something. And the b2 pawn it is, and probably the a pawn is right around the corner. And this will force the queens off. Yeah. Let's do it. Well, no, not necessarily. The rook could go back, but my queen will find a central post. He'll fall, get my queen on e4. My queen won't be any worse. Yeah, I will have the better queen here. Nice and central. Threatening a pawn. A couple different checks available. Let's start with this, and now there is no back rank defender. Rook b1. If push, I could take here. And I don't know how you really defend against mate. Rook here, f3, I guess. Well, if f3, the king is robbed of any home whatsoever. The 7th rank is vulnerable. Okay, so we're going to keep the queens on and still try to insist on getting to the first rank, guarding against any checks against my king as well. Queen a1. She's being a queen. Let's take first. Connected passers. I could push and play rook to b2 as well. I think I want to just play this first. So the queen has to come over. It may follow queen there, here, rook here, I just take and then play rook b2. That might be a variation that happens. We'll see. Okay, so the king is ready to bolt. Let's just take once. And I could give a check. Here, here. Let's not even go through any of that. Let's centralize my queen with check. I like having my queen here. She's just super aggressive and defensive. She's doing everything. She's being a queen. I have a check. Let's make use of that. It's a small improvement. And probably this soon. How soon? Right now, soon. Maybe I get these pawns. Okay. One more check. Here, there's h2. Here, there's a win of a pawn at least. Okay. Guess we're going to scoop up the queen. All right. That should do it. I guess we're playing this one out. Not a bad game to end on. That game just before this wasn't a fun one to try and fight back with, but that's going to do it. They just resigned. And where did I finish? Just out of page 1. Somebody snuck in there. This guy here beat me out. 11th, 1,743 in there. First time doing this. It's a lot of fun to be able to slow it down some. 140 in first, Lance. Somebody did manage to slow him down. KC got him. Few hiccups. Dodged a bullet against me. I think, at least. I wish I didn't forget about the time. But he had a fantastic run, of course. 140, 98, 97, top 3. KC just out of podium land. Good performance with 88. How many games did I get in? Let's see. Lance played 34 games. 37 for second, 33 for third. Where was I? Let's have a look. I played 19. Okay. 19 games. That's a lot of chess right in a row. Classical. But a ton of fun. A couple of really good games in there against Mannered Monkey. I like those games. They're both positional and really, really tight. I think if you look at the graph for both of those games, it's like maybe like a flat line for quite some time. Okay. These are fun. Might have to do these from time to time. To the 1,742 of you. Don't get to say that too often. Good games all.